I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we will be discussing one of the most important sectors of Lagos State, which is the state's electricity market. Now, the federal government, through the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, recently transferred full regulatory oversight of Lagos State electricity markets to the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is LASER, a body statutorily empowered by relevant laws of the state. Now, our conversation today will focus on what this means for Lagos and its economy, and how it will change the dynamics in the state's power sector, and what Lagosians should expect from this development. Now, to help us understand this even better, we are being joined by the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources in Lagos State, Mr. Biodun Ogunleye Ezigbonwa. You are welcome to the show. As well, joining me on this conversation, I've got joining me Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here at BusinessDay Television. Thank you for joining me this morning.
Thank you.
Wow.
Such an honor and a privilege to be here. You know, it's this is the next big thing. Yeah, indeed, this is the big story, and we hope the transformation that Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu desire to see when he championed the Aaron badges years back, and also sign off on the Reform Act, will find full fruition in Lagos. And I must confess, Lagos is not being arrogant, but just stating the fact. Lagos is the biggest market in terms of electricity in Nigeria today. We also currently generate the biggest volume of cash from the market. So Lagos is the big thing. And let me also quickly confess that Lagos has the potential to ensure that the whole of Nigeria have an experience that at the end of the day, we'll all be asking ourselves, how come we didn't get this out of the window? But we bless God, we're here, we're where we are today. Let me start from your introductory statement. What we have ongoing is the transition from NEC to the State Regulatory Authority, and the NEC had issued the relevant order and has asked and has permitted Lagos to put the structure together so that we can take over full regulatory powers over our electricity. And let me amplify what has happened for us to get to this point. The first thing that has happened is that the state had come up with a policy. Initially, it was several policies, but we have consolidated into one integrated policy now. From that integrated policy document, we have moved on to put together the state electricity bill. And it took like a year. House of Assembly, they pride themselves, the House pride itself as being of uncommon standard, and they demonstrated that in trying to make this bill happen. Thorough debates, loads of issues. It took quite a lot of hearing, but we're where we are today. The law has been passed, and from the law now, the state administration expect that we must have a strategic plan that identify our resources, identify the challenges that we have, and then say this is the strategic plan to ensure that we resolve all these issues and give the state energy for all. That is what my governor normally say to us repeatedly. Everybody in the state must have what they need per time to be able to ensure that our dream of having a 24/7 city is accomplished. In addition to accomplishing the dream of the 24/7 city is also the fact that we want to remain the most competitive economy in Africa. And for us to get to that point, we must ensure that we say farewell to the culture of blackouts. And that culture is something that we can easily deal with. We are blessed with two great discos. We are working together to see to the end of these challenges. We're also blessed with a lot of generating assets. A lot of people have indicated interest. We are aggressively moving on acquiring additional capacity. We are aggressively moving on ensuring that we can monitor what is happening all over our network. So we see ahead bright days. We see ahead. For instance, the law has a clear provision that if you don't, I mean, everybody must have a meter. So the days of estimated billings are over as soon as full regulatory powers are being implemented by
but how soon will that be? I mean,
our agency.
I was going to actually ask you, Honorable Commissioner. You said that the days of estimated billing are over. How soon do you see that happening? Because I mean, there are people in the far deeper part of Lagos State that don't even. I don't know if they would agree with you on this one. But you know, it's been a few months since the regulatory power was granted to Lagos State. Can you just give us, you know, some of the things that have happened so far? Also, to just answer my question on how soon do you think that the days of estimated billing will be over?
Okay, thank you very much. The first thing you will get is, and what is happening now is what we call preparatory actions. The discourse estimated about 600,000 shortfall. Our own estimate is about 3 times that. We are saying it should not be less than 1.8 million meters that we need to put on the network. So it's a huge resources. It's going to take a while, but we should be able to say this particular area, everybody in that area have meters, and we will do that incremental work plan to ensure that is achieved from June, when we have full regulatory authorities. And the beautiful thing about development in the environment is that it's not only the Lagos State government that has that aspiration. There is a federal government initiative, presidential military initiative, that also have plans to ensure that we do not have this culture of estimated billing prevail in our environment. So, give or take, come mid-June, we should start announcing how far we have gone, where we have covered, and how we intend to cover the rest. Thank you very much.
All right, I know Mr. Joshua would want to ask you a question at this point.
Yeah. Thank you so very much. How do you envision businesses contributing to this market?
Okay. Businesses are going to be contributing to the market in various ways. The first expectation we have from businesses is, let us localize components that is required in the power sector. So as much as possible, as many as can, from cables to joints to meters to transformers. We are looking forward to credible manufacturers taking advantage of the fact that we now want, and we're going to focus on quality in this market. So that is one contribution businesses can make. So they need to get involved and look at the best way for them to take advantage of the new window, for them to increase their line of activity so that they can take advantage of that. The second thing that we expect from businesses is also for them to think out of the box. Now, the traditional fueling model may not be sustainable. So it's nice that we all put hands together and look at solutions that are localized, that will not necessarily impact on our foreign exchange resources. You may want to talk about solar resources. You may want to talk about wind. You may want to talk about battery backup. Whatever it is that will make us to demand less of resources that are continuously priced in dollar is most advantageous to businesses. They need to start aligning themselves with the transition arrangement. then we also expect that some businesses have excess capacity in their premises. If we rightly price this supply, nothing stops them from becoming the embedded asset in their neighborhood, supplying their neighborhood and spreading joy and making people in their neighborhood happy. So we expect a stronger partnership with businesses, and we look forward to them being part of not just the energy transition, but also helping us to reduce the net emission from the operation as we look forward to joining hands to build a new culture of together. Thank you very much.
Right, Honorable Commissioner. So we know that the Lagos electricity market is obviously the largest in Nigeria, given the size of the population of Lagos, which you've agreed to, and this will mean that it could be a tough task to regulate. How prepared do you think that the State Electricity Regulatory Commission is to take on this challenge? And what's the worth of this market in terms of Naira value?
Okay. Okay, madam, you are you have loaded so many things in one basket. Okay, let's start like this.
All right.
Number one is that we are not unmindful of the responsibility that has been placed on us. Remember, one of the things I said is that if we get it right in Lagos, Nigeria will get it right. And we are very mindful of that. So the first thing we have done is that we have recruited experienced. Our chairman used to be one of the pioneer commissioners in NEC. And in addition to that, we have experienced and both as part-time commissioners and then those who are resident. So the first thing is experience, and we are putting that on the table. The second thing is training. We'll continue to train ourselves. The third thing is we are learning from the national institutions. We are learning from institutions around us. We are trying to ensure that we understand why we have all the gaps, and all of us working together can ensure that the various gaps that we have does not repeat itself in our own market scenario. Over and above that, we are trying as much as possible to be sure that the market is insulated from the challenges that may come in from other people that we need to relate with. So you hear us talk about us creating not only an independent and properly monitored distribution system. You hear us talk about creating the Lagos Francisco, and we will, as much as possible, ensure that there is no point in time where the whole of the city will be in complete blackout. We are going to make sure as much as possible that we do not only have access and support capacity, but we are able to ensure that at every point in time, the responsibility of powering the biggest economy in Africa is done on us, and we work actively to ensure that that happens at every point in time.
Okay, Honorable Commissioner, earlier on you clearly outlined what it is that the various businesses operating in Lagos State and maybe even outside Lagos can bring to the table to making this a win-win situation for everybody. So I would like to ask you, what are the specific things that the Lagos State is going to do through the commission to making the environment conducive enough for investors to come in to partner with you in this process? What are the specific measures that you have put in place to attract investors and, of course, enable business coming to be a part of this, progress that you want to make?
Okay, thank you very much again. The first thing I want you to note is the fact that the Lagos electricity market is regulator and the ministry in charge of the market, and also the Ezingbowa is my nickname. It's not my name. It's not part of my name. You need to put that in a bracket, and it means a good child. Please, you need to correct that. I'm sorry that I have to do that online. I thought my name is Biodun Oguleye. That Ezingbowa that we have there. Please let me put it in a bracket. It's a nickname given to me by one of my former bosses. All right.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you very much. Okay, let me stay focused on the subject for the day. Now, the market that we are creating not only will have friendly regulatory environment, but the government of Lagos has gone ahead to create hubs for energy in 5 locations. And we are saying you want to manufacture, you want to generate, you want whatever you want to do. We are already identifying locations where you can come in and make that happen. I hope I'm making sense to you.
Exactly.
We have gone beyond the call of saying, come and generate you on your own, or no, come into the ministry. We will work with you. Between us, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Planning, all of us working together with will-be investors, we will work with you to ensure that your investment takes full advantage of the opportunities, and you have a win-win in the course of your implementation. And then the regulatory environment is also being looked at to be sure that if there are issues that we can manage without any safety issue, we will work with you to ensure that we manage those things and we are able to get to value as fast as we can. And then there is also the opportunity in this our market for us to do pilots. And the law is also clearly stated in our law. So in case you don't want to do a full-blown whatever, approach our regulator, come up with your pilot project, and you can see how we react to it and how we're able to implement that together. So effectively, we are able to ensure that whatever thought you have, you are an innovator, you are an incubator, whatever idea you have that will be a solution to this blackout situation, you are welcome on board. Lagos is ready to work with you.
What's the level of the engagement with the 2 discos the distribution companies that we have? That's the Eco Distribution Company and Ikeja Electric. What's the level of engagement with them so far?
Excellent. They've been on board with us from when the first resource plan was prepared, to the draft of the first law, to this new law. We are working together excellently to ensure that the objective of the people of Lagos of being able to have energy that they need to power their requirements from time to time, we don't toy with it. We are working together to ensure that happens. But you must also remember, not just the discos, we have a few power plants that are generating within the Lagos environment. We also have the transmission company of Nigeria that has also been doing a fantastic work within that same environment. So we're all in for a good time that will set a new set of records for how this business should be done over time.
Right. I know Mr. Bassi has a question for you, but I want to ask you this very quickly. Now, we know that energy theft and vandalism of infrastructure remains one of the major challenges that we have in the power sector. So how does the state want to curb this particular phenomenon or even eliminate them completely? How do you intend to do that?
a number of strategies. Number one is the fact that part of our implementation is a monitoring and enforcement unit that is going to be based in a location where we have complete overview of the network. And that complete overview of the network means that every meter that is available on the network, we have an overview of it. So those meters that are in deviation and all that, we are monitoring them. And those meters that we think may have issues, we are monitoring them. The law also allows proper compensation for those for whistleblowers. Over and above that is also the fact that we are able to, the state government is deploying special prosecutors who are going to be properly trained in this area. So once you get caught, it won't be a long process. You just get charged to court, and then your penalties are already in your hand. And then the law also has specific punishment for most of the crime types that we know within the sector. Over and above that is the fact that there's a back room that ensures that all meters are readable. All meters can be located. So once we walk through all that, you are issued, and then the devil is in the details. Part of our strategy to ensure that we're able to monitor things is to say we're breaking up the whole environment into small bits, so we can monitor what is happening in all the corners. I hope you understand what I'm saying. We can monitor what is happening in all the corners. So a full-blown energy accounting methodology will also be deployed. So we can pick where the shortfalls are. We can pick where the tips are, and then appropriate action can go into those places.
Okay, Honorable Commissioner, currently Nigeria has been battling with 4,000 megawatt, 5,000 megawatt. It's been fluctuating up and down, at the national level. But again, let's come to Lagos State specifically. I would like to ask you, based on what you've done so far, what would be the megawatt that Lagos State needs? And of course, the issue of to be able to operate optimally the market. And then at what point does the state have planned to come into maybe generation and possibly transmission?
Thank you very much. From day one, even right now, we've started action to harness additional generation resources. For us, the Lagos market should not at any point have less than 6 gigawatts. Now, why do we want to get that aggressive? This is the base, this is the industrial and commercial base of the nation. All right? And we must make sure that it has what is required to power us and generate income from commerce, from industry, and from services. So we are not only saying that we want additional capacity. We have created locations where we are inviting people to come and generate. As the market evolves, we will make appropriate, we'll take appropriate action when it comes to being able to transmit what people are generating. Because once we resolve the distribution end, it will be obvious that we can use more capacities. Then more industries will be attracted, more industries can return to Lagos. We are tired of the days where our warehouses, our factories are getting converted to only churches and mosques. We are looking forward to more industrial facilities returning back to the city of Lagos, and that is where we are going. So we won't be looking at anything less than 6 gigawatts in new capacity.
Megawatts.
That is our plan. That is what we are working towards.
Right. Thank you, Honorable. Just before I let you go, let me ask you this question. Now, a previous government had established some IPPs to power the state secretariat in Alausa, and there was another one on Lagos Island to power the general hospital and some public institutions around the area. Can you bring us up to speed as to the state of those plans? Because there was a time we heard that the secretariat in Alausa no longer enjoys regular power supply because the Alausa plant packed up. Please, can you give us a little bit of an update on that?
Those assets have operated for about 10 years. And the government needs to take a holistic review of performance, of value for money, and between us and the suppliers, there are all manner of conversations. There are contract-related issues. There are issues relating to performance. But in the next few days, we should be out of it. We should be able to say to each other, this is the environment that fits into this market system that we're working towards. And they are premium suppliers, but at the same time, both in terms of pricing, in terms of availability, they must also remain premium. And we are working together to resolve all the challenges that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Biodun Ogunleye, the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources in Lagos State. Thank you for your time this morning on The Big Story. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Pleasure being here with you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, this has been The Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and thank you very much as well, Mr. Joshua Abasi, for your insight and your inputs this morning.
Right.
And this is where we bring it to wraps here on The Big Story. I hope you stay tuned for more.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport. Not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. You understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity. Because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, you know what, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right. So, I mean, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that it creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports. Now, actually, the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors. Okay, and none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so, intentionality. That's, what we really need to do, intentionality. If we want, grassroots sports to actually, grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually, take, sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. So that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone. and it's nothing to, so I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But there's always room for improvement, and I can tell for a fact that under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sports Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sports. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, I mean, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, we have others who are in the pipeline too, who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP. It's good to protect your image rights. When you protect your image rights, then it puts you in a better pedestal. You then find out that you're able to even make more money for yourself. This is an area where most sportsmen have not updated their minds to. And given the advent of data privacy in Nigeria today, it's one area that individual sportsmen should begin to look at and invest in a lot. So IP rights, IP protection, it's key, and it's a new way to go going forward. Well, the truth of the matter is that you can't really prevent contract breaches. What you can do is that you can actually have a robust contract that adequately protects your interests. And so my own advice is really for sportsmen and women to always carry, as you know that you need an agent, always carry a lawyer along and let that lawyer, review your contracts and make sure that those contracts adequately protect you. The things that you would not see as a layman, it's most likely that your lawyer will see those things and then let you know that X and Y clause should not be inserted in your contracts. But you find that most time, because you don't want to pay a lawyer, you go it yourself. And it's when the chips are down, you then come running to a lawyer for protection. So government has no business in sports. The government's business is in creating infrastructure. So build stadia, create infrastructure, create opportunities, but don't be the ones managing or running sports. So all the clubs that the governments are running today, I think it's not proper, it's not nice. But it should allow pure professionals, pure businessmen, to come into the business space to make money from sports. Government should just create an enabling environment where all of these businessmen can thrive.
Sports is driven by media, storytelling. So what we are doing differently is that we are creating a distinct platform to sell the Nigerian sports, the Nigerian athletes to the world. So we are creating this platform to make sure that the small player in Ajegule, the small player in Jos can get the same visibility that any European player will get on the existing social media platform. And that's what Govia is here to achieve.
Okay.
On Govia, you can score your dream goal. So Govia means go through. So we have built Govia to help people score their dream goals.
All right.
I'm excited about this event because I'm able to meet key stakeholders that would help me achieve this dream. It's a burning desire in my heart, and it's one of the reasons why Govia came up as a sponsor for this. And we're happy that we did this with Business Day. We thank Business Day for this platform, and we look forward to more opportunities to talk more about the sports ecosystem and business opportunities.
All right.
Thank you
so much, sir.
Coming here today, I mean, just meeting like minds for me, that's my biggest takeaway personally. But also being able to hear the issues we're all facing, like us being sports professionals, we all face the same issues. So being able to like tackle it in one space, I think was really helpful. And also stumbling blocks for me, I've been facing like in my day to day, just being able to meet people who could like help solve it. Like, I mean, that's my biggest takeaway from today's conference.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's sports more than just holding it. I feel it's the follow up that like matters. I mean, it's one thing to like host this type of events, but it's another thing to like be proactive about the solutions we talked about. But yeah, sure, hosting this type of events is going to help. Just meeting like minds under one roof. Yeah, sure.
You are watching Business Day Television.
International Monetary Fund Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva yesterday said that Trump's push for sweeping tariffs is creating great uncertainty and denting confidence, but is not likely to trigger a near-term recession. Nigeria March Purchasing Managers Index in at 54.3 from 53.7 the prior month. That was in February, as inflation abates and gains from reforms help confidence, investment, and growth. In France, the antitrust watchdog has slammed Apple with a 150 million euro, that's $162 million fine. The watchdog says Apple's app tracking feature meant to protect user privacy violated competition law. In 2024, Apple was fined 1.8 billion euros for favoring its own streaming apps over those of competitors in its app store. Still in France, many were stunned as Marine Le Pen was banned from standing for office for 5 years with immediate effect and sentenced to jail after being convicted of embezzling European Union funds. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look deeper at business stories all over the world. Today we will get into a lot of economic data, most out this morning as markets wait for tomorrow's US tariff announcement. On the London Stock Exchange, British Airways owner International Consolidated Airlines Group was down over 6.6% after the UK's competition regulator told it and other airlines to offer some of its transatlantic flight spots to competitors. Increasingly complex geopolitics, aggressive regulators sharpening the saw, digital taxes eyeing big tech incomes, sticky inflation devouring consumer appetite, high borrowing costs that won't come down as fast as most would want it, and then higher tariffs. The cost of doing business has definitely got higher. It may be the tariffs that is stoking corrections in stock markets as uncertainty unleashes a risk-off mood. Some are still asking, is the market overreacting or just simply correcting for bubbled-up gains? Or is a downward spiral imminent as the largest economy in the world slides into what some are calling a recession, perhaps shallow, dragging many others with it? First, corporate performance data and outlook and current economic activity data do not support the downward spiral theory. Though sentiment is low, confidence is low, and expectations are weak, there is a sell-off driven by volatility and uncertainty which could drag stocks down beyond correction into a bear market. The other question is business sentiment as immune from the toxic politics playing out all over the world, especially in the US. Older issues, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, are still as fragile as they used to be. Central banks seem more unsure than ever on how to move to avoid worsening the landscape. Last week was the 5th of 6 straight weeks in which the S&P 500 and Nasdaq Composite ended lower. Oil prices also affected by the risk-off mood today, but supply concerns from sanctions on Russian oil providing a balance upward lift. Yesterday we saw US markets trying to shrug off the panic and saw the market sell-off easing, even as the S&P and Dow Jones turned slightly green by early afternoon. Safe havens, gold, have benefited from the risk aversion. Gold prices surged to a new all-time high yesterday, driven by growing concerns. Treasuries and safer monetary assets, though lower in yield, are also seeing more demand. My conclusion, keep close to the data like we've always been saying. Do not be sucked into the panic. Watch your own performance indicators closely, especially the leading indicators for your success factors. Keep more liquidity than usual and build more flexibility into your business models. And do not let fear paralyze innovation and new moves. Staying close to your customers sounds like a cliche, but at times like this, it really is back to basics. Talking of back to basics, Volvo say they are going back to what they know how to do best, that is building a strong brand selling cars customers love and finding a well-tested leader. Amid a wobbling transition to electric cars and tariff turbulence, Volvo Cars are bringing back industry veteran Hakan Samuelsson as its CEO. Samuelsson led Volvo from 2012 to 2022 and helped to revitalize the Volvo brand and oversaw the company's initial public offering in 2021 on the Stockholm Stock Exchange. On the data front, the Harmonized Index of Consumer Prices in Germany, that's the ECB's preferred gauge of inflation, rose 2.3% on a yearly basis after rising 2.6% in February. This reading came in below analysts' estimate of 2.4%. I guess that helps the case for another rate cut by the ECB. A slew of March economic activity data that came out this morning, giving us some clues to help us navigate through the uncertainty. Later in the afternoon, we get U.S. job openings data and more U.S. PMI data. We will discuss some of these tomorrow, of course, scrutinizing for any clues pointing to an economic downturn. This morning, business confidence at large manufacturers in Japan eased in the first quarter of 2025, with the Bank of Japan's quarterly Tankan survey showing that the headline large manufacturer sentiment index was lower at 12.0 in Q1, lower than the previous reading of 14. The reading was, however, in line with market consensus. In China, today in latest PMI data, new orders growth was supported by quickest rise in exports since last April, also as employment expanded for the first time in 19 months. Input prices also down for the first time since last September. We had the manufacturing PMI in China expanding further to 51.2 points in March from 50.8 in the previous month. Further details showed that the manufacturing outlook for the first quarter arrived at 12.0 versus 13.0 prior. Still, the figure came in stronger than the 9.0 expected. In Nigeria, the Central Bank fourth quarter 2024 report out this week summarized the domestic sector as seeing faster growth in the medium term. That's an outlook buoyed by anticipated stability in the naira, improved crude oil production, and the consolidation of ongoing policy reforms. The central bank expects inflation to moderate from the first quarter 2025, supported by the lagged effect of the bank's restrictive policy stance. The report also drew attention to downside risks, including potential exchange rate depreciation, increased money supply, rising PMS prices, electricity and import tariff hikes, and heightened insecurity in agricultural regions. The latest S&P Stanbic IBTC, that's for Nigeria PMI, also just came out. The recovery in the Nigerian private sector gathered momentum in March, with output, new orders, and employment all increasing to greater degrees than in February. Firms were helped by abating inflationary pressures, with input costs increasing at the slowest pace since May 2023. The headline PMI posted 54.3 in March, up from 53.7. According to survey findings, the improvement in business conditions in the private sector was solid and the most marked since the start of 2024. UK manufacturing contracted at a faster pace as new orders declined at the sharpest rate for 19 months. UK factory activity was down to a 17-month low, PMI at 44.9. Business optimism was at the weakest level since November 2022, with steeper drops in output, new orders, and new export business. The HCOB, that's the Hamburg Bank Germany manufacturing PMI, improved in March, but still in shallower contraction at 48.3 compared to 46.5 in February. Tomorrow is a day Trump is calling Liberation Day. In an interview with media yesterday, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said at 3 p.m. tomorrow, the global trading system will be made fairer for Americans. Also, as he confirmed that there is a long queue of investors moving back to create jobs in the world's largest economy. The Treasury Secretary also said tax cuts will happen and the overall effect will be positive, given a sense that the markets are overreacting. Already, the narrative that the hikes announced will not be as dramatic as many had expected and reflects moves also by several countries to reduce their tariffs or negotiate concessions to reduce the gaps in tariffs charged between the U.S. and other trading partners. So the narrative seems to be softening. Looking at 2024 WTO tariff and trade data, that is the weighted average tariffs applied according to WTO to match the EU or China, US tariffs will require over a 30% spike. To match the UK will require a 60% average jump. To match India will require more than doubling tariffs. But also the US has benefited from stronger demand from its goods, which will be affected by any hike in tariffs, especially as we get a retaliatory scenario, as American goods get more expensive with a stronger dollar, and that will hurt demand for American products. The US, even after tomorrow's hikes, will still have, I would think, a lower weighted average tariff compared to its major trading partners. Goldman Sachs, in their own analyst note, have warned that this will lead to a sharp spike in inflation. And the Federal Reserve, however, they are saying you have to consider a combination of policy shifts. Business and markets not happy with the uncertainty and the warnings that tariffs are set or could be set to tip the US into a recession have not helped sentiment. Europe is negotiating, so is the UK and India. Trump has offered China to do a deal on TikTok to earn some sort of relaxation. Indeed, these are unusual times, as expectations of higher prices will move many already to make adjustments before we begin to see high inflation data. New measures like making interest on loans for cars made in America tax deductible may to some extent blunt some of the adverse impact. All agree the uncertainty and suspense around tomorrow's announcement is hurting market sentiment, though others say most of the bad news already priced in, and if tariff actions are less pronounced, then the so-called Liberation Day announcement could see stocks inching up. But also beyond tomorrow's announcements, the expectation is that you could get further tariff announcements targeting other sectors like, say, pharmaceuticals. That means the dip in sentiment reflecting uncertainty may still have not bottomed. The worst case, though unlikely, is a scorched earth scenario with alarming jumps. Large global consultancies doing business with the US government have come back with offers to significantly prune US government contract fees, limit price rises, and shift towards more use of performance-based fees based on pre-agreed results. This was after the administration targeted Accenture, Deloitte, Booz Allen Hamilton, IBM, and others in a consultant spend review demanding they prove taxpayers were getting value for money. OpenAI has closed a $40 billion funding round, also the largest private technology deal on record. The deal valued OpenAI at $300 billion and includes $30 billion from SoftBank and $10 billion from a syndicate of investors. Asia-Pacific markets mostly higher as we saw a recovery from a sharp sell-off in the previous session. This may also be in response to unclear signals that tomorrow's US tariff announcement may be more measured than initially thought. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for a source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and $8.1 million US, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, the East, do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we'll be focusing on the ongoing bill presentation by the federal representatives to set a 60-year age limit for governorship and presidential positions in Nigeria. We'll be exploring the implications and what this means for Nigeria's political system if fully signed to law. The Nigerian House of Representatives on Thursday, March 27, proposed a bill for a law to bar persons above the age of 60 years from contesting for the offices of president and governorship in Nigeria. The bill, which scaled the second reading in the House of Representatives, if passed and signed into law, will disallow notable politicians like the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former Vice President of Atiku Abubakar, and the former governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Mr. Peter Obi, from contesting for elections in 2027. As should be expected, the proposal has started generating debate, with some arguing for and others speaking up against it. The big question here is, how far can Nigeria, the largest democracy in Africa, go with this proposal in changing its political dynamics. To help us break this down, we are joined by Barrister Solomon Okedara. Barrister Solomon is a solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria and researcher with over 10 years of post-call experience and outstanding expertise in human rights, with a special bias for freedom of expression and digital rights and intellectual property. And he'll be joining us as a public affairs analyst to dissect this conversation. Good morning and welcome to you, Barrister Okedara.
Good morning, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great. Let me start by asking you, when you heard this proposal to limit the age for those seeking elections as president and governors yesterday, what was your immediate reaction?
Well, I think I actually felt such a bill will be another distraction from the core issues of polity. And why that? Now, just a couple of years ago, we had the Not Too Young bill passed, which was a constitutional amendment bill. So the question we need to ask ourselves is that to what extent has that bill contributed to the growth of our democracy? So, for example, we can look at it. How many young politicians have been able to find a way into politics, have been able to actually make some inroad into political sphere of a policy? How many? By the reason of that bill. So when you ask that question, you will realize that the bill itself is not an automatic ticket to political leadership. And that's actually my concern. And we are talking about, you see, what an average Nigerian wants is good governance. An average Nigerian on the streets of Lagos, Aba or Onitsha, does not care much the age of their leaders or the educational attainment of their leaders. What they want is good governance. Would these conditions automatically translate to good governance? I can tell you the answer is no. And that's why I think it's actually more of a distraction than what is capable of transforming our political landscape.
All right. You think it's more of a distraction than something capable of, transforming our political landscape? And quite interestingly, earlier today, I had been speaking with another public analyst on this conversation because we did skim through it on our front paper review, and he did share the same sentiment. But Nigerians have been complaining about old politicians, some of whom they have known since the 1980s and 1990s, still remaining in the corridors of power. Could this proposal have come to force such politicians to yield the floor to the youth? Because like they say, the youth is the future.
So the question we need to ask ourselves now, where are those youths? Now, I beg your pardon, the immediate past governor of Kogi State is a youth. The gentleman became a governor, I think, at the age of 40. Now, of what economic progress have actually been brought to Kogi State by the reason of his age? Now, I think we need to actually detach, quality leadership from sentiment. When you go around the world today, now you will see political leaders who are older than 60 and are still making positive impact in their nations. However you look at it, let's take India, which is the largest democracy, in the world. For an example, their Prime Minister Modi is over 60, and Modi is making his great contributions to that country. I mean, the gentleman who just returned to United States as president for the second time, Donald Trump. Donald Trump is 78, for God's sake. So for me, I do not think focus should be on age. Yes, well, of course, no nation will actually want to trust a man who is 80 to become its president. But the question is that those who are young, those who are 60, those who are 50, where have they brought us as a people? That actually gives me serious concern. I think instead of focusing on that, can we begin to beam the searchlight on their previous life? Can we begin to extract their contribution, their practical contribution to nation building, whether while they were in school or while they were training, whatever they were doing in their previous time before they actually decide to join politics? What contribution have they made to the nation? Before Donald Trump became president of the United States, he never served a public office. But this man was an active business leadership. He was actually employing people, one of the largest employers in America. So we need to have some serious conversations and not necessarily putting an age limit that will actually take some people off, and some other persons we have to deal with them, whether they are actually qualified by experience or not. I think our conversation should shift towards quality leadership and not necessarily age as a factor to screen out some people or to make some people qualified in listening.
All right, Barrister Okedara, let's talk about the possibilities of if this bill were to pass through the two chambers of the National Assembly and eventually signed into law by the president. What it means is it would bar the incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the notable presidential hopefuls from contesting in 2027. The question is, can the president, who is already making moves ahead of 2027, bar himself? Do you think that this proposal could therefore be a waste of time?
Honestly, just as you said, picking the word from you, I think it's just a sheer waste of time and taxpayers' resources. Trust me, that bill cannot be passed. Who are the one that will pass the bill? Now, can we check the average age of senator at the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Can we check the average age of members of the representative? Even check the age of some of our senior special assistants. Some of them are in their 60s already. And also, if I'm a 60-year-old, 62-year-old, and now my principal is about 75, and someday my principal is grooming me to take over from him. Now, aside the fact that someone like the current president, who is well over 70, now one way or the other, he has some persons in mind that will take over from him. And I can tell you categorically, most of such hopeful presidents are actually over 60 already. If you begin to pick people in a policy who may actually contest for 2027, the only person that is not up to 60 is Omoyele Sowore. And the question is, if you have only Sowore to contest, I mean, that can't be politics. I mean, we should have quality competition, and that's the reality.
Quality competition. Speaking of quality competition, are you satisfied with the kind of laws that the 10th National Assembly has been making since their inauguration for up to 2 years now?
Well, I think the question is that sometimes we are not able to carry it along as a people, about their lawmaking process. And I'm going to give you a critical example. So, one of my areas of specialty as a legal practitioner, digital rights generally, when you're talking about privacy, online inspection, and all of that. And I can tell you that some very critical laws were passed without public hearing. I'm going to give you an example. Now, they recently passed Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023. That is a fantastic law. That is a consequential law in our economy. That law was passed without public hearing. Now, the Cybercrime Act 2015. Now, that law also was passed without public. And I can tell you, it is actually not a coincidence that law contains some provisions that are repressive to freedom of expression. Some of those provisions, we fought them up to the Supreme Court. Some of them, we had to go to ECOWAS Court to get judgment and all of that. Even the amendment made and assented to by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2024 February, that amendment in itself is a problem. I mean, I'm talking about Section 24 of that Cybercrime Act right now. So why am I saying this? Now, some of these laws, most of them were actually passed without the public being involved. For God's sake, these people are our representatives. How many times do they get the public involved? I am not saying every citizen, but we have trade union groups. We have you have pension groups. We have lots of civil society, organizations and entities that actually should be involved in public hearing. But oftentimes, law get passed, and the only thing you hear is that a law has been assented to by the president. The implications of those laws, we don't know. So trust me, I think instead of extraying the laws that have been passed, we even need to know how much of public involvement or participation are done when it comes to lawmaking in a nation as of today.
And there have been calls by, some groups of the Nigerian population to return the country to parliamentary system of government, which, they believe is less expensive to run. The reps are now pushing for this. What's your take on this?
Well, trust me, whether we run a parliamentary system of government or a presidential system of government, bad leaders will remain bad leaders. Listen, the same people that will be involved in parliamentary system of government are those we have in the presidential system of government. And I think some of the things we need to do as a people, as I'm talking about ordinary men, we really need to actually take our leaders to account to us. Whether we are running a parliamentary system of government or presidential system of government, or federal system of government, I can tell you that the reality is that as long as we leave them to do their business, they will do their business. And that's it.
Right. Barrister, are you there? I think we lost him for a bit, probably.
Hear me?
Right, we can hear you. Barrister Okedara, we can hear you. We lost you for a bit, but we can hear you.
Oh, great. So my point is that so I think December 2023, the Senate president was actually I think one of the sessions, it was actually addressing the senators at the chamber, the red chamber, and said to them, he said, check your accounts, money have been sent, and all of that. And I think one of the leaders of the red chambers actually knew the implication of that statement, because it got to the media. And he walked out to the Senate president. He said something. And the Senate president was going to amend that statement. And he said, okay, sorry, senators, distinguished senators, prayers have been sent to your bank account. That was a dry joke to Nigerians. So yes, we know that, yes, you go out there, you share money, but please do not rub this on our faces. And that's my point. So if all we do as citizens is to sit back without actually engaging them practically, we really may not have the nation we deserve, whether we run a parliamentary system of government or a federal system of government.
Yeah, so we've spoken about parliamentary, federal system. There are also some Nigerians who think that we should run perhaps a unicameral system rather than having both chambers of the Senate and reps. Do you see any merit to this argument?
Well, I think I do. You see, we are a poor nation, and there's no point trying to be euphemistic about that. And when I say we're a poor nation, particularly in comparison with our population, we have a population of over 230 million. That's huge. So, but then, you see, do I see us, going to unicameral system of government? I am not sure that will happen. So now, but then, why that whether that happens or not, my call is actually for quality representation, quality leadership. But you see, quality leadership and representation cannot happen until the people call their leaders to order, until the people challenge the people who are representing them. Until, you see, all of the representatives and senators, they have constituency offices. But the challenge with all citizens is that, what do we go to those offices to do? We go there to meet their staff, to actually submit envelopes for our churches, for events in a mosque. Now, how can I challenge the representation of somebody who fund my church, who fund my mosque? And that's a problem. We actually contribute to the incompetence, ineptitude of these political leaders. And that's the problem I have. So, your system of legislation, I am for it. But then, will it in itself solve the problem of corruption? Will it in itself solve the problem of incompetence? I will tell you, no.
Right, Barrister Okedara, before I let you go, now that you've made your submissions on this proposed 6 years limit and just what you think about it, and some of the some of the laws that have been passed, if you were to advise the reps on the more necessary laws that they should be considering at this time, what would you be asking for?
Yes. What looking at it from the situation as our nation is today, my position will first be, please, can you let the judiciary be independent? For God's sake, you see, judiciary is not just the hope of the common man, it's actually the pivot on which the democracy stands. Now, so it's so saddening, particularly maybe because I belong to that constituency. We have a nation where an average politician brags about judiciary. That go there. Now the judgment will be in my favor. I will know who the CJs, will know who the judges. So for God's sake, I want to say nation where the judiciary is supported, where the judiciary does not have to depend on the executive for his funding. You see, the word independence must not just only be a paper issue, must be the reality of our systems. I can tell you today, if the politicians know that when there's a judgment of the court, when there's a ruling of the court, there is no.
Well, it looks like we have a slight connection issue there with Barrister Solomon Okedara, but he was just sharing his thoughts on some of the laws he would rather.
He asserting his role in our democracy.
Barrister Okedara, are you there? Barrister Solomon Okedara, are you there? All right, that's how we bring it to wraps here on The Big Story. We've been speaking on the proposed 60-year age limit for president and governorship candidate, and we've been speaking with Barrister Solomon Okedara. Thank you very much for your time with us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching.
Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests of honors. Good morning, and it's such a delight to welcome you to the moving Nigeria from, food security. From scarcity to food security. And it's really our pleasure to welcome you to this wonderful occasion. My name is Adetiloye Continental, and I'll be your guest. I'll be your guide and MC for this program. Thank you so much for coming. To start this program, we're going to be calling on our publisher, Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank, thank you so much for being here. We'd like to call on him to give us the opening remark for this event. Thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. Please give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
With Glovo, you've got the city at your fingertips. Got cravings? Order on Glovo. Running low on toiletries? Glovo's got you. Download Glovo. Order anything you want and receive it in minutes.
Are you a trader? You need trading capital. And our funded trader program is for you. Get funded with up to $2 million of capital, make profits, and keep up to 95% of it. Become a professional trader backed by our prop firm's Sim Capital. You don't have any time limits to pass your evaluation. Get your first payout on demand, even 72 hours after passing. Enjoy raw spreads on the best trading platforms. It's time to take your trading game to the next level. Sign up with GFT starting from $30.
The Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems, Lagos State, Mrs. Abisola Olusoye. We welcome you warmly and pay due tribute to you for taking time to join us here this morning. We appreciate your very busy schedule and are grateful not only that you have come, but have come quite early as well. Our distinguished speakers, I can see Dr. Fashola, I can see Dr. Masha, people who I have followed over the years and just watched how impactful their interventions have been. I can also see my very good friend and Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Lagos State. Good to see you, sir. You're very, very welcome. And thank you for joining us. Distinguished speakers, panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very simple task this morning, which is to, on behalf of BusinessDay and our sponsors, to welcome you to this annual gathering by BusinessDay that seeks to further interrogate how Nigeria can be truly sufficient in food production, and not just being sufficient, but also be a significant global player in the area of agriculture, not only to feed our people, but to feed our industries to expand export as well. Today, we have chosen to focus on 4 key areas, namely future-proofing Nigeria's food security. With a very large population that increasingly is exposed to food shortage, we have a duty and obligation to ensure that we truly move Nigeria from scarcity to food security. We need to look at how we can better improve input into agriculture, adoption of high-yield seedlings, better preparation of the land, and of course, improved use of fertilizers and other inputs. We are also going to be focusing on improving farm-to-market strategies and their adoption. How do you, for instance, reduce the heavy waste level after harvest in Nigeria? Some estimate that that waste is as much as 40%. That's quite significant. And I believe that that is perhaps one low-hanging fruit. What that tells me is that if we can just cut farm-to-market waste, it would seem as if we are doubling production on an annual basis. We also have to look at how to better adopt technology. And some of the speakers this morning will be speaking to these areas. But perhaps another area, an important area we'll be looking at, is the area of investment and attracting finance and funding.
Think travel, think Waka now. Think flights, think Waka now. Think visa.
Into agriculture. With an interest rate environment in excess of 30% per annum, you and I agree that that certainly is a recipe for failure. We must quickly work to bring down interest rates in Nigeria, but not just bringing down interest rates. We must also work to make farming and agriculture attractive to capital, in the hope that we can better fund intervention in the area of agriculture. Only days ago, there was this very dire announcement by the Food and Agri Organization, just pointing to the dire situation of 31 million Nigerians this year who will be exposed to severe, very severe food shortage. In this light, I'd like to acknowledge the great work being done by the Lagos State government. And I'm not surprised that we have the commissioner here with us this morning. The government in Lagos has easily identified that agriculture is an important area for government to focus on, helping to build bridges across the country, but most importantly, ensuring public-private sector collaboration that helps in bringing about efficiencies. And you would have thought, I mean, Lagos is one of the most, if not the most industrialized states in Nigeria. Why is it bordering with agriculture? Lagos has perhaps the largest population of all the states in Nigeria. and recognizes that the people must feed. They will work in industries, work in aviation, that their life every day starts from a good breakfast. And it's for that reason that I commend the foresight of the governor and of the cabinet of Lagos State for choosing to be light in what is easily mostly darkness in Nigeria. Once again, let me warmly welcome you and quickly get this done so I can get myself out of the way. That way we can get to the real business of this morning. But before I do that, let me commend and acknowledge our sponsors who have been very kind to put their money where their heart is by ensuring that we're here together this morning. John Vance is our headline sponsor. We thank you. We have seen your signs all over. Beulah, our sponsors, we thank you. Nestle, Track, our sponsors, we thank you very much. We also thank our other sponsors, and of course, our technical partners, Sahel Consulting and the Lagos Business School, for the partnership that they have kindly extended to us this morning. And I think we have one other sponsor that I am struggling. You know, I mean, Dr. Masha, the last time you saw me, I wasn't this old, and my eyes were not this bad, or my sight wasn't this bad. Amofam Siabara Hatchery Nigeria Limited. I got it eventually. Thank you very much for being our kind sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Our distinguished commissioners from Lagos State, thank you for honoring us with your presence this morning. I have absolutely no doubt that by the time we are done here today, you will regard the time that you have spent with us truly worth your while. Once again, we welcome you and thank you for coming.
Please give him a round of applause, please. Very wonderful. Thank you very much. I mean, we've always known that the agricultural landscape of Nigeria has the potential to be a powerhouse for the world. You know, but that has not been the reality over the years, and we are changing that. We're moving not just from, scarcity, we are moving to a place of abundance, to the place that we can actually feed the world. And it is with this in mind that I want to welcome, none other than the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security for Lagos State Government, Mrs. Abishola. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please give her a round of applause, please.
Radiant Money is a digital online banking platform that can be used to convert and transfer.
Good morning, everybody. Warm greetings from Mr. Governor himself. On the agenda, I saw that I'm here as myself, but I guess that in the Lagos State Cabinet, we had another idea. I'm actually here representing the governor. He should have been here himself. This is his speech that I'll be reading out to us this morning. But before that, I would just like to thank Mr. Frank Aibogu for inviting us and for recognizing us and the work that the Lagos State government is doing under the able leadership of our governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. But before that, as the Commissioner for Agriculture, I would like to appreciate the fantastic works being done by Dr. Oduto. We have met at several fora. We have discussions. I've heard him speak, and I don't think that you could have a rounder peg in a rounder hole. Also, Dr. Kola Masha, you may not know me, you may not have met me before, but whilst I was in Lagos Business School, I was inspired to work with Babangona. That was years ago. It was one of those companies that I was actually looking forward to, that, yes, I think I would like to work with this man based on all that I see him doing. Unfortunately, that never happened, but our paths will cross today. And I have so many other people in the room, recognizing my fellow colleagues, starting with the Commissioner for Information and Strategy. That is the man we call Mr. Omoti, Mr. Benga Omotosho, and Mr. Frank, sir. Just in case you are not aware, you know Dr. Fashola, and he said he was actually here as a speaker in 2018. But Dr. Fashola is also a member of the Lagos State Cabinet. He's a special advisor to the governor on agriculture and food systems. And when you are looking for anything related to rice in Lagos State, so Eco Rice, that is the man. So Dr. Oluwarotimi Fashola is also here. And I have the senior special assistant to the governor as well. I have my colleagues, my team members also here in the room with us this morning. So not to bore you, I will just delve straight into Mr. Governor's speech. It is an honor to join you today at the Business Day Future of Agriculture Conference 2025, a timely gathering addressing the critical theme, moving Nigeria from scarcity to food security. This dialogue is not just a conversation, it is a call to action as we confront the escalating food security crisis in Nigeria, where an estimated 31.8 million people face severe food insecurity back in 2024. As Governor of Lagos State, I am acutely aware of our unique challenges and responsibilities. Our mega city consumes over 30% of Nigeria's food supply while producing less than 15% locally. This imbalance underscores the critical need for innovative solutions and collaborative efforts across all levels of government and the private sector. I am deeply committed to transforming our food systems. Today, I'll share Lagos State's innovative strategies, highlight impactful initiatives implemented under my administration, and propose actionable solutions for achieving food security. Nigeria's agriculture sector is a cornerstone of our economy, contributing approximately 22% to the GDP and employing around 36% of the labor force. Despite its diversity, spanning cereals, legumes, cash crops, livestock, and fisheries, the sector faces challenges such as low productivity, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to finance and technology and markets, and climate change impacts. Nigeria possesses immense agricultural potential, yet critical challenges hinder its ability to achieve food security. With over 84 million hectares of arable land, much of it remains underutilized, representing a significant untapped resource for boosting agricultural productivity. Additionally, post-harvest losses for perishable crops are alarmingly high, reaching 45% and costing the economy over $9 billion annually. While agriculture contributes significantly to the nation's GDP and employs such a substantial portion of the workforce, the sector continues to struggle with fragmentation, underinvestment, and inadequate infrastructure. For Lagos State, challenges are further magnified by its unique circumstances. Despite being home to over 25 million residents and consuming more than 30% of Nigeria's food supply, Lagos accounts for less than 1% of the country's landmass. This disparity underscores the need for innovative solutions and collaborative efforts to ensure food security for both Lagosians and Nigerians at large. Under my administration, Lagos has implemented bold interventions through the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems to address these challenges. kicking off with the development of the State Agricultural and Food Systems Roadmap, which was launched in 2021, delving deep into the needs of the state, considering the value chains, and seeing Lagos's area of comparative and competitive advantage and honing in on markets as the as a key turning point for agriculture in the state. Also, the Onje Eco Food Discount Market, where we delivered immediate relief to communities by providing a 25% discount on selected food items across 59 locations in Phase 1, 66 locations in Phase 2, and directly mitigating food inflation and improved access to affordable nutrition. We have the World Food Day celebrations, organized week-long activities to raise awareness about food security and sustainable agriculture. We also have the Eco Flavors Project, where we celebrate Nigeria as a melting pot, particularly culinary talent and supporting local food vendors. We have the Agri-Innovation Summit and the Agri-Thon and the Agri-Innovation Club, where we have a youthful group of entrepreneurs within the food space and where we empowered young entrepreneurs with grants to drive innovation across the various value chains. We also have the Onje Eco Farmers Subsidy Program, where we supported farmers with 25% subsidy on poultry and fish feeds, mechanization services for crop production, fertilizer distribution, strengthening production capacity while addressing rising input costs. We also have the Lagos Aquaculture Center for Excellence, which is actually a project around the fisheries value chain, ensuring that we have a hub and spoke model where the private sector can actually mop up from cluster formations on fish, and then they can actually sell at lower reduced prices to the populace. We also have the Central Logistics Hub, the middle level markets. Like I said, this is a fulcrum of our strategy around addressing food insecurity, considering the fact that we have farmers indeed in Lagos, but one of the critical challenges faced by them is access to market. You might wonder, how is this possible when you have the likes of Mile 12, you have the likes of Ido Market, Oyido, and what have you. But it would be shocking to tell you that it's actually very difficult for these farmers to access market in Lagos by reason of the way markets are actually structured. By having these hubs in place, we are able to break the chain in a way that is constructive, not disruptive, not disruptive totally, but in a way that you have more of the farming population being addressed and ensuring that they are incentivized enough to continue to produce food and at lower prices. To propel Nigeria forward and towards a future of robust food security, we propose a multifaceted approach that leverages collaboration, government support, and private sector engagement. Our strategy is built on 3 pillars. One is subnational alliances, where we advocate for the establishment of a Feed Nigeria Pact, a groundbreaking initiative aimed at harmonizing agricultural policies across states. This pact will foster a unified national approach, ensuring that each region contributes its unique strengths to the collective goal of food security. The second will be federal support, where we urge the federal government to prioritize the development of rural infrastructre, which is crucial for enhancing agricultural productivity and connectivity. Additionally, offering tax incentives to agro-processors will stimulate growth in the sector by reducing operational costs and encouraging investment in value-added products. And the third will be private sector mobilization. By incentivizing investment in agrotech, innovation, and logistics, we can unlock the potential of modern farming techniques and efficient supply chains. This will not only improve crop yields and reduce waste, but also create new opportunities for entrepreneurship and job creation, driving economic growth while ensuring that food reaches every table across Nigeria. Lagos State is committed to leading this charge towards a sustainable agricultural future. However, success requires a collective action from all stakeholders present here today. I hope this conference will be the turning point where policies meet practice and pledges become progress towards a food secure Nigeria. Thank you very much. Ibega Ikileko, Ajumoshe Gogoani.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please give her a round of applause. Please, may we stand? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ma'am. We want to say thank you to the Lagos State Governor, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Commissioner of Agriculture and Food Systems, Mrs. Abitola Olutoya. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Please give Lagos State a round of applause. Lagos is becoming the major logistics hub for food security in Nigeria, and we really want to commend what the Lagos State government is doing regarding food security. It's very, very essential to have that conversation. Thank you very much. I would actually be calling right now our next speaker, presenter, and I'll just be reading a bit of his bio so we can actually know the wealth of experience that he brings to the table. I will be calling on Mr. Sunday Bankole. He is the Managing Director of Premium Cocoa Products, Ile Oji Limited. Please. Yeah, Ile. Apologies. All right, it brings over 15 years of expertise in food safety, quality control, and product management in the cocoa processing industry. He is a chartered chemist. He holds a degree in chemistry and biochemistry, and is also a member of ICCON and a number of other organizations. He's also an IRCA certified lead auditor for food safety management systems. His career spans key roles at Plantation Industries, at John Vance Industries, where he drove quality assurance and operational efficiency. Notably, his team won the 2018 Global Market Award for the African region for excellence in food safety. And now he is leading PCPIL, which I just called the other time, and it focuses on sustainability, efficiency, and global competitiveness, strengthening Nigeria's cocoa industry in the local and international market. Please make welcome Mr. Sunday Bankole. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. Permit me to recognize the presence of the Lagos State Governor, Dr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Food System, the Honorable Commissioner for Information, Lagos State, the SA to the Governor on Agriculture and Food System, the SSA is here present, distinguished speakers present in our midst this morning, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here today to bring you the notes from John Vance Group, of which Premium Cocoa Industry is one of the subsidiaries. And based on today's theme, moving Nigeria from food scarcity to food security, may I humbly request a round of applause for our able publisher, Mr. Mike Aibogu. Thank you for organizing this program. On the 25th of September 2015, in New York, the United Nations member states gathered and adopted 17 global goals. Number one was eliminating poverty, and 2 on that goal was eliminating hunger by 2030, which means food is necessity. And where are we in Nigeria? Food in Nigeria is becoming a luxury, not affordable again. And it's even becoming harder to access every day. Why are they so? As we have previously heard from the Honorable Commissioner and the publisher, FAO said in 2023, about 25.1 million Nigerians are finding it difficult to access food. And by June 2025, that value will increase to 33.1 million, which means food is becoming more difficult to get. In Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe State alone, we are made to understand that about 4.4 million people are finding it difficult to access food, that they are food insecure, which were caused by about 2.2 million people that have been displaced by banditry and insecurity in that region.
In this domestic course, you will learn the essential techniques for sketching industrial product design using analog and digital tools. For a final project, we will ideate and sketch an object of your choice. We will begin by familiarizing ourselves with the product we will be working on and defining the design principles it needs to follow. After that, we will collect some inspiration for the mood board and then draw.
Food is becoming unaffordable in Nigeria also. As of December last year, our Nigerian Bureau of Statistics released our inflation rate to about 34.8, of which food inflation draws more than 50% of that. So the food inflation was put about 40% as of December last year, which states, it implies that food is becoming only the rich can afford. Last year also, we recorded flooding. This has been happening year on year in Nigeria. And the reports by one of the states in the northern part of Nigeria indicated about 1.6 million hectares were flooded, which led to about 1.1 million tons of grains, sorghum, maize were destroyed. So if what we are having, we are struggling to manage, and it's still being destroyed by natural disasters. These are the reasons why food are becoming inaccessible by the commoners. But what are the key factors that are fueling the crisis in Nigeria? As I said earlier, insecurity in the northern part of the country. In the northeast, we have Boko Haram insurgency. In the northwest, we have banditries, cattle rustlers. In the middle belt, we are having herders and farmers clash. These are people that are actually involving in the 70% of Nigerian smallholders farmers are from this part of the world. But where are they today? In IDP camps. They are unable to access their farm. While we were on a field trip in Lagos business to Kano grain market, one of the merchants said he has over 22,000 hectares of land in Yobe before Boko Haram. So jokingly, one of us now has, how many hectares do you have now? He said 0. So these are the factors that are making food inaccessible in Nigeria. What about climate change? Daily, last year, NIMET said we are going to be having excessive rain up to December. But guess what? By November 2nd, rain stopped. All the second phase of consumables like maize, sorghum, they were unable to have access to rain because we so much depend on rain-fed agriculture. In Nigeria today, 80% of our farmers still depend on rainfall. Droughts and stress are destroying their farming. Economic instability and inflation. When governments removed subsidy from fuel, we found out that the fuel prices rose by almost 1,000%. You go to market to buy tomato, the woman will tell you price of fuel has increased. What of naira devaluation? A tomato seller will tell you dollar has gone up. We wonder what concerns dollar with tomato, but don't forget the inputs they are using, their source of foreign exchange. Nigeria also depends so much on importation of food items. Despite, as the Honorable Commissioner said, we have over 84 million hectares of land, arable land in Nigeria. But here we are that we are importing food every day. Conflict and insecurity, as I rightly said earlier, is causing a lot of displacing people, and people have abandoned their farm. We have reduced productivity, which resulted in low productivity. Apology to the elders. While we were young, sir, all the local governments in Nigeria, if you go to the secretariat, you will see movers, earth movers, plowers, tractors that commoners can access. You pay rent and they will assist you on your farm. Likewise, all the farm roads are being managed by local governments. But in Nigeria today, the reverse is the case. We have so much weak infrastructure that during rainy season, it is very difficult to move food items from the farm to the market. Also, we have limited value addition in agriculture in Nigeria. 70% of our produce lives as raw produce. Don't forget the 40% that are destroyed by inability to access the market. Where are we? And how do we rethink the approach to food security in Nigeria? Today, we need to build resilient and modern agricultural sector. There are a lot of institutes in Nigeria, institutions, federal parastatals, name it, that government of old that have foreseen that Nigeria need to add value to agriculture. We have Nigerian Mechanization Institute in Ilorin. We have Root Crops and Research Institute in Imudike. We have IAR&T in Ibadan. These are institutions established by government to add value, to be able to make, for the small holders, to be able to access mechanized institution, to be able to assist them in research into climate-smart agriculture. But the gap between those institutions and the actual farmers is becoming widened by the day. Irrigation is becoming almost difficult in Nigeria. The last report by the Ministry of Water Resources in Nigeria stated that Nigeria has 250 medium and large dams in Nigeria, and 323 small, medium, and large dams in Nigeria. Do you know that these dams harbor over 30 billion cubic meters of water? That is more than enough for Nigeria to achieve our SDG number 6, potable water. But How many farmers are accessing this irrigation system? We have turned these dams to a no-go area for people. What about access to finance for the farmers? There are a lot of programs by the government. Example is the Anchor Border program that the CBN gave over 500 billion naira to be accessed by farmers. But these monies were domiciled by the DOIs and the commercial banks that the farmers do not have access to directly. Government should be able to encourage and build a roadmap for actual farmer, not political farmer, not the paper-made farmer, to access this money. Most of us, we are privileged in John Vent to operating one of the biggest industry in Nigeria. The John Vent cocoa industry in Akure was built by farmers cooperative in 1992. So government should encourage the cooperative society also, giving this money directly to cooperative society, which, because they know their members, and it's easier to track and track.
Download Global, order from your favorite restaurant in town, and satisfy your cravings. Global, order anything, we deliver in minutes.
Get funded with up to $2 million of capital, make profits, and keep up to 95%. Become a professional trader backed by our prop firm Sim Capital. You don't have any time limits to pass your evaluation. Get your first payout on demand, even 72 hours after passing. Enjoy raw spreads on the best trading platforms. It's time to take your trading game to the next level. Sign up with GFT starting from $30.
Nigeria should go from food importation to food production. We should produce more and import less. In John Vent Industry Limited, we have received so many calls to bring cocoa from other parts of the world to Nigeria. But one of our key values is to improve life and improve the farmer's life. And that's why we are today, we do more of processing in Nigeria, adding value to our cocoa value chain. We also process soya beans in one of our subsidiaries. I'll show you the subsidiaries later. In one of our subsidiaries, Novo Iguewo, we process soya beans to soya bean oil. We have cashew. If you visit our stand, you see more of our product there. Today, we are proving that local production plus value addition will give us food security in Nigeria and economic empowerment. May I let you know that today our combined capacity in cocoa processing in Nigeria is about 48,000 metric tons per annum. If you are exporting that raw cocoa alone, you need less than 20 staff. But if you want to process that cocoa to cocoa butter, cocoa cake, and cocoa, you need nothing less than 500 staff. And you talk about the other effects. We consume power in numbers. We transited to gas power. The gas is supplied by somebody. So the ripple effect is into thousands and thousands. So which implies if we add value, we empower our people, we empower our farmer, then we empower the nation. Also, as I said earlier, we should empower the farmers through inclusive program. In John Vent, we have the outgrower farmers, then we have the outgrower scheme and the in-grower scheme. So the outgrowers, we have farmers clusters spread over the north that we give input to produce, then we guarantee offtake of their products. The in-grower farmer, so we have a scheme, the Ondo State government, there is a farm estate built by late Obafemi Awolowo in the 60s in Ondo State. Spans about over 2,000 hectares. So the government concessioned about 1,000 hectares to John Vent Industries, where we formed the farmers into cooperative societies, and we're able to reach them directly. Today, that farm that was moribund for years has started production. Also, we are able to guarantee offtake pricing for the farmers. The problem we have in Nigeria today is from the farm to the market. There are a lot of middlemen, from brokers to seller. Even the market woman will give to another market woman before it gets to the farm. The farmer will sell at 15 naira, the market woman will sell at 5,000. The farmers are not benefiting, and that's why farming are not getting more attractive to the youth. If we are able to reduce this chain, you find out that more of our youth will be going back to farm. In joint venture also, we develop local value chain and agro-processing hubs. As I said, joint venture industry in Akure is an 18,000 metric tons processing capacity. Premium cocoa in Leoluji, where I sit, is a 30,000 metric tons processing capacity. We have joint venture foods in Idonre that produces chocolate and 3-in-1 joint ventures. From our chocolate is from bean to bar, and we're able to trace. So if government can build this farm estate, build these processing hubs, it will reduce logistics. People can share. If you go to, most of us know Oba Akran in Ikeja. These are industries that can share resources. We can jointly share power, jointly share other utilities, and it will reduce our processing costs. And by this, people will be able to add more value to agricultural produce, thereby reducing the food loss and extending the shelf life. I said earlier that to process 48,000, we have close to 1,000 staff. This means that we are creating value, we are creating jobs. If government can do this, we are not in Lagos. Not that we don't want to be in Lagos, but we want to be closer to the people, where the people will feel our impact more, so that to reduce urban and rural migration. Lagos is saying 23 million population, but by 2030, Lagos is projected to even close to 30 million, putting more pressure in the urban area, while the rural area are being deserted. Please, government need to put more effort on this, establish hubs in those areas, and it will reduce urban migration. Last year or last 2 years, the Kano state government did irrigation services, and it increases their output by almost 90%. More people went into farming, and these are what examples we are talking about. To build a food-safe Nigeria, we need to harness technology and digital tools. The world today is talking about traceability, where you can scan a product and know the origin. These are ways Nigerians can achieve this by using digital traceability and transparency system in our sourcing. If you build the farmers cooperative, they are able to trace and we are able to track.
Start with a 50% deposit bonus. Increase your investing power with Pocket Broker. 100 plus investing assets, instant top up and withdrawal with no fees.
We have a program that we call a mobile platform for agriculture that farmers can access. It gives them a data on weather. Most of them even have access to price. Today, this phone that we are holding is a veritable tool in accessing information. If I'm telling a farmer that a licensed buying agent, I want to buy cocoa at 10 million, he will tell you I'm on the market now, it's 13 million. Because there is access to information. Most of these farmers, the access they are having is on TikTok and Facebook, but government can harness this opportunity by putting this information into their hand through those access. Also, why are we looking for farmer up and down to give access to when everybody can access financial inclusion on their So one of our subsidiary, Polo Money, has close to 100,000 financial included displaced individuals. That if you partner with such microfinance institution, access to these farmers is made accessible. And we can actually give these needs to the real farmer and not the political farmer, as I really said. Nigeria, we are in John Vent Foods, we are committed to a food secure Nigeria. And we believe that building a food secure Nigeria begins with empowering our people, strengthening our local system, and transforming agriculture from ground up. And how are we achieving this? We launched a program in 2022 that we called Nourish Crop Better Farmer. And the aim is to reach 150,000 farmers by 2030. And what are we doing? We are supporting them with inputs. We found out in Nigeria that it's difficult for a farmer off-season period to bring money from their pocket. Even if you are selling the product that will save their life for 5,000, it's difficult to get. So what we do in John Vent is to give this input to them as CSR. We give fertilizers, agrochemicals, safe agrochemicals to use, inputs on seedlings, improved seedlings are given to farmers. We have growers in Kano, Kaduna, and other regions. We have in Ondo State. We have clusters, we have cooperative societies. Even we gave them first loan. You know the funniest thing? We borrow the money with interest from bank, and we give it to the farmer at non-interest loan, so as to improve their livelihood and to better their life. Also, we facilitate their access to financing and digital traceability tools. In John Vent industry, we promote local production and inclusive value chains. How do we do this? As I said, we have a combined 48,000 metric tons cocoa processing capacity. We have an 100 tons per day palm kernel processing capacity in Owo, and 100 tons per day, which is 30,000 metric tons of soybean processing facility also in Owo, Nobu-Igu. We trade in commodity. We have traded with Lagos State before, the paddy rice, eco rice. Oh, thank you. I will rush it. And soya beans, sesame seeds, and more. And we are strengthening the supply chain. So we have a group of companies in John Vent. As I said, it's a group. We have John Vent Industry Limited, Akure, who is into cocoa processing. Premium Cocoa Ileoluji into cocoa processing. John Vent Foods in Idare. As I said, it makes chocolate and ready to drink, chocolate drink. We have Nobu-Igu Industry in Owo. We face a lot of challenges in logistics, and that's made us to establish a logistic arm that we call Avon Oil Limited. They have over 100 trucks that convey our products. Nobu-Igu is our newest baby. A lot of products coming out. We have chocolate, choco pops, choco cubes, a lot of products, so as to ensure that we add value rather than taking this product out in raw form. Today, we are able to say confidently that John Vent industry is moving Nigeria from scarcity to food security. Thank you, and God bless you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction, as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, general secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes. If you need it for roofing, so we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so we saw 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12 by 12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12 by 12 for facing board. So after you roof to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, try to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12 by 12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association. as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't.
The Central Bank of Nigeria yesterday reported a substantial improvement in its net foreign exchange reserve position as of the end of 2024, reflecting better liquidity, reduced short-term obligations, which should lead to a boost in investor confidence. We discuss a note on this by Tilewa Adebajo, CEO, CFG Advisory. Later today, the U.S. administration will be presenting its reciprocal tariff policies at an event tagged Liberation Day, expected to move markets. We also preview the possibilities. Also on tariffs, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said late yesterday that the amounts announced today will be the highest the tariffs will go. However, countries could then take steps to bring tariffs down as negotiations progress. The tariffs would take effect immediately and expected to be milder than initially thought. President Tinubu has removed the chairman, Chief Pius Akinyelure, and the group chief executive officer, Malam Mele Kolo-Kyari, in a sweeping reconstitution of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited board. The new 11-man board has Engineer Bashir Bayo Julari as the group CEO and Amadou Musa Kida as non-executive chairman. Bayo Julari was managing director of Shell subsidiary Snepco from 2015 to 2021. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look deeper at the business stories all over the world. Nigeria's foreign exchange reserve stood at $23.11 billion, the highest level in over 3 years, also a marked increase from $3.99 billion at year-end 2023, $8.19 billion in 2022, and $14.59 billion in 2021. The reserve position, which adjusts gross reserves to account for near-term liabilities, is a more accurate indicator of buffers available to meet immediate external obligations. Gross external reserves also increased to $40.19 billion compared to $33.2 billion at the close of 2023. The increase, according to the note by Advisory CFG, reflects a combination of strategic measures taken by the central bank, including a substantial reduction in short-term foreign exchange liabilities, notably swaps and forward obligations. It was also due to rebuilding confidence in the FX market with recent improved foreign exchange inflows, particularly from non-oil sources. The result is a stronger and more transparent reserves position that better equips Nigeria to withstand external shocks. The expansion occurred even as the central bank continues to reduce short-term liabilities, thereby improving the overall quality of the reserve position. Governor of the central bank, Olayemi Cardoso, commented that this improvement in our net reserves is not accidental and indeed is the outcome of deliberate policy choices aimed at rebuilding confidence, reducing vulnerabilities, and laying the foundation for long-term stability. The central bank anticipates a steady uptick in reserves underpinned by improved oil production levels and a more supporting export growth environment expected to boost non-oil foreign exchange earnings and diversify external inflows. Also remaining committed to prudent reserve management, transparent reporting, and macroeconomic policies that support a stable exchange rate, attract investment, and build long-term resilience. EVI has observed the consistency in monetary reform, not just in eliminating the parallel and official market gaps, but introducing improved ethics and transparent processes which build confidence for investors. Beyond portfolio and money market inflows, for foreign direct investment to come at the desired levels, vast improvements in infrastructure, security, and price stability will still be required to complement a healthy foreign exchange reserves position. On today's tariff announcement, White House aides are reported to have drafted a proposal that would levy tariffs of roughly 20% on most imports, but the final levies could be anyone's guess as several options are said to be on the table. There was also speculation around a country-by-country reciprocal approach which will factor difference in tariffs and net volumes of trade. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been singling out what he called the Dirty 15, the 15% of countries that trade heavily with the US and have high tariffs. Kevin Hassett, who is director of Trump's National Economic Council, also said the administration is looking at 10 to 15 countries that account for America's entire trillion-dollar trade deficit. The data shows this would include that is at the top of the list, China, followed by the European Union, Mexico, Vietnam, Ireland, Germany, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, Canada, India, Thailand, Italy, Malaysia, Indonesia, Switzerland, France, Austria, and Sweden. We could also see some attempt at staging to allow some flexibility and future review points to reassess the status of ongoing trade negotiations. Tomorrow could also unveil a strategy to bring the Dirty 15 to the table for more talks. We could see much softer hikes to assuage the concern that this is going to worsen already sticky inflation scenarios. The elections in Florida and Wisconsin seem to be a referendum on popularity of Trump's blitz of tariffs, federal layoffs, and deportations could prompt a check of sorts if, for example, Republicans don't perform as well as expected, but perhaps not lead to a complete policy reset. Across the pond, in the UK, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has acknowledged the UK was unlikely to be spared despite the close transatlantic relationship and efforts to strike a limited trade deal. Still, he argues that it calls for a calm and collected response, not a knee-jerk, and nobody wants to see a trade war. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said all options are on the table in response to tariff threats, saying while the EU does not want an economic conflict, it has the power to push back. Still, van der Leyen has said the European Union, though they have a strategy to retaliate, are looking for a case where they are able to negotiate. Stocks will be relieved if today's announcement brings more certainty and stability, calms the worst case expectations of a bitter trade war, and hopefully we see something that is much more manageable than many had been expecting. Markets may already have priced in most of the tough news, but that is hard to say. The consensus seems to be that we will get at best a shallow recession in the world's largest economy as the policy shifts take its toll on consumption and dampens trade. At the last Fed meeting, members of the FOMC signaled 2 rate cuts in 2025. The most likely case, some say, may be optimistic, could be that a mild hike upholds this projection. The S&P 500 climbed yesterday amid much volatility as the market awaited clarity from Trump regarding tariff policy rollout. Wall Street also faced some pressure from weaker than expected economic data. The ISM manufacturing PMI fell to 49, that is in the US, in March 2025 from 50.3 in February, below forecasts of 49.5. The reading pointed to the first contraction in factory activity in, say, 3 months after expanding only marginally in February. Demand and production retreated and the staffing continued. Companies also see unclear demand patterns, many holding back for better clarity on government policy shifts. Prices growth accelerated due to tariffs, causing new order placement, backlogs, supplier delivery slowdowns, and manufacturing inventory growth. Also, in the US, the number of job openings was little changed at 7.6 million in February. Also over the month, hires and total separations held at 5.4 million and 5.3 million respectively, while quits, layoffs, and discharges changed little. Artificial intelligence startup CoreWeave's shares were up 17% at $43.5 on their third day of trading on Tuesday, above their initial public offering price of $40. AI infrastructure firm CoreWeave had already taken a hit in that it had to downsize its IPO. The Eurozone's annual inflation rate was 2.2% in March, down from 2.3% in February. The European Central Bank, which has cut interest rates 6 times since last summer, will decide whether to lower rates again at its next meeting on April 17th. The ECB aims for an inflation rate of 2%. Vehicle sales at China's BYD up 58% in the first quarter of the year. This comes in a stark contrast to an expected fall in demand for Tesla's electric cars as Elon Musk's brand continues to face a backlash in US markets. The Shenzhen-based group yesterday said it delivered 986,098 passenger vehicles in the first quarter, of which 416,388 were pure electric vehicles. South Africa's 2 biggest political parties, the ANC, African National Congress, and the pro-business Democratic Alliance, were reported not yet to reaching agreement on the country's budget yesterday, since the issue of a VAT hike became hard to resolve. Still on South Africa, a South African PMI survey recently showed that conditions in the manufacturing sector remained depressed in March. But there was a slight improvement in sentiment thanks to better demand. The PMI South Africa rose to 48.7 points from 44.7 in February, but still in contraction. JP Morgan is reported to be transforming its representative office in Lagos into a fully fledged business branch, marking a further step in its CEO's strategy to strengthen its presence on the African continent. The new merchant banking entity, when approved, will be able to offer advisory and asset management activities as well as dollar loans to its clients in the country. Shares of Hong Kong-based conglomerate CK Hutchinson rose 1% yesterday, slightly lower today, driven by uncertainty ahead of the company's expected deal to sell its Panama port assets to a BlackRock-led consortium. The agreement, initially scheduled to be signed today, is facing a lot of political scrutiny and resistance from Chinese regulators as Chinese media label the move a betrayal of its national interests. Ryanair has emerged as the first European airline to carry 200 million passengers in 1 year. Ryanair flew 200.2 million passengers in its fiscal year to the end of March. It has also cut its forecast for the coming year for the second time in 3 months in January to 206 million passengers from 210 million due to Boeing aircraft delivery delays. Asia-Pacific markets were subdued as investors braced for rollout of fresh U.S. tariffs this week. Yesterday, Brent Standard crude oil price reached the $75 per barrel mark for the first time since the end of February. Analysts don't see it going higher because the gradual reversal of the voluntary production cuts by OPEC Plus members is just beginning, and that will increase the oil supply by close to 140,000 barrels per day. Today, Brent is flat at around $75 a barrel. Gold prices continue to extend gains today after a record high in the previous session as investors sought the comfort of the safe haven metal in anticipation of the potential impact of U.S. reciprocal tariffs. Yesterday, bullion touched an all-time high of $3,148.88 an ounce. Well, that's all on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
My name is Raymond Ezeku. I work for Dabodani Microfinance Bank, DDMFB. I head the business development of the bank.
All right, sir. During the panel's return, there are compounding access to funding as a major challenge SMEs face doing business in Nigeria. So as someone in the finance and banking states, what are your suggestions? What can be done to address this challenge?
Okay, you see, from what the panelists have been saying so far, SMEs have been facing a very huge challenge, okay, in Nigeria. And one of the key issues is access to funding, all right? So access to funding, first of all, you will have to ask yourself as a business owner, have I really organized my business, okay, so that I should be able to have access to funding that is available. Okay, funding is available, take it from the CBN to the BOI to microfinance to commercial banks. Is my company prepared to access this funding? So what do you need? You need what we call the structure. You have to set the enabling structure in place. You have to formalize your business for you to have access to this funding. I did the MLB. We are a microfinance bank, having been in the industry for the past 10 good years, okay? We have understood the key challenges facing this sector, and to foster financial inclusion in Nigeria, that is why we are in business. So we are known for what we do in the SME, okay? So what we do is to develop products tailored to address the needs of these SME businesses, all right? We have our savings, okay? We have our loans. We have several classes of savings that we have, okay? We mobilize this deposit from these SMBs and then also deploy loans, okay, to these SMEs, depending on what you think. So our loans, okay, are tailored to address that critical need, taking your business to the next level. So we also provide this financial advice to our customers, explaining what they need to know, okay, in the sector, how to access this fund, how to apply it, okay, and we communicate everything in details. Here the offer that we issue to them. Okay?
How do you see that like this addressing most of this, bringing solutions to others?
Okay, I have been here since morning and it is quite impactful, okay? I have listened to the panelists, in fact, the organization. I thank BusinessDay for organizing this particular event. It is a very big plus and I look forward to seeing this very often because they need to address the needs of these small and medium scale entrepreneurs. It is something that should be a top priority by every responsible government, okay? So we have a country, we are in a very deep when it concerns the economy right now. Imagine the unemployment rate, okay? Our inflation is in excess of 32%, okay? And you have a sector that has contributed more than 50% to our national GDP, suffering due to the current economic crisis that we find ourselves. So organizing this kind of event is something that should, all the SMEs should leverage on what we have achieved today, okay, and see how they can take advantage of it to take their businesses to the next level, okay. We have the finance experts, we have the SME experts. Listening to them tells you that there is opportunity, even in the present crisis that we find ourselves, there is still opportunity in this land with a population of over 200 million. So Nigeria is, a fertile ground, for people to grow. Despite the pressure, the economic pressure, you see this SME is still pushing, still thriving. So that is it. So it's a very good opportunity.
Can we know more about the EMLD?
Okay, DDMLB, formerly known as Dabodani Microfinance Bank, has been in existence for the past 10 good years. We are a state microfinance bank, okay, licensed to operate in major markets in Lagos. As we speak, we are in 11 major locations, key markets in Lagos, where we do our business of microfinance bank. What we guarantee our customers is that financial freedom and prosperity in all we do. So we do that in aspect of our savings. We encourage customers to save. There's a product that we call SOL, where you save and make. So it is a product that we do every year. At the end of the period, customers go away with very quality prizes they have won for themselves, in addition to fantastic interest rate that we pay to these depositors, okay? We have other savings products, okay? We have our target savings, our personal savings. We have special savings, okay? Where customers save and enjoy our quality rates. Very fantastic and very competitive in the industry. We also have our loan products, okay? And that is where the deal is. Our loan products, we have SME, we have micro. Our SMEs, we do that to take the businesses to the next level, okay? We have fantastic interest rates, okay? Our tenure, we drop these loans on a tenure, okay? That is, one, affordable. and attractive to you. Okay, so our loan ranges from 1 to 12 good months. Okay, for other businesses like schools, okay, we drop these loans on quarterly basis or termly basis to enable these schools have cash flows to do what? Pay when the schools are in session. All right. So we have businesses out there in Alaba, Trade Fair, Ikeja, all the major markets in Lagos. DDMAB is playing real time, big time there. Okay, for SMEs.
Okay, so why only in Lagos and what are your expansion plans?
DDMAB is a product of a successful buyover of one unit microfinance bank. So having gotten the state license, okay, our 3-year strategic plan is to expand our horizon to see how we can foster this, our pursuit of financial freedom and prosperity to our customers, nationally. Okay. So we are looking at leveraging on technology, okay, seeing how we can deploy technology to our tools where you can sit at the comfort of your home, open our accounts, make application for loan and have the same loan disbursed to you without leaving your debt. We are going to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
I'm Peter Chinedu Nwafia. I'm a tax partner and also the head of tax at Forvis Mazars in Nigeria.
The panel session is centered on funding as a major constraint to the development of Nigeria SMEs.
Okay.
What can be done to address these challenges?
If you listen to quite a lot of people who've spoken, you'd see that the issue about funding is a serious issue for SMEs. One of the things that stood out for me was when they said that the people who house these funds, the commercial banks, even the funds that come from Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture, even the grants that come from international financing organizations, they majorly go to the commercial banks who are supposed to redistribute these funds to SMEs. The problem is that these commercial banks do not understand SMEs. They are not interested in funding SMEs. I mean, you can see a lot of them say, oh, we have a table for SME does. But who is willing to sit down and see that, you cannot change the SMEs in Nigeria. I mean, the SMEs in Nigeria run a particular model that works for them. So if they have a job, if they want to do their business a lot of informal way, how can we come to their level, fund them at their level, and then make sure they receive this money and then scale their businesses? So for me, I think the problem is let us change the model through which this funding comes. For now, the commercial banking model of funding SMEs is not working.
So do you see events like this bringing solutions to solve most of these challenges?
I think BusinessDay is doing excellently well. Why I tell you they do excellently well is that I was in the panel 2 years ago and I sat with other people from PwC. I mean, a partner from PwC. I think I also had a partner from Grant Thornton. And then I had other whites, big guys on the panel. Last time I also saw Ayo from Caladium speak. Passionately as he has spoken today, I saw Nelly from Niger Branch. These are people who SMEs cannot afford to talk to normally. I mean, yeah, we have a desk for SMEs in our firm, but I know it was quite expensive too. And how much of our time can we give to SMEs? We can't really give a lot of our time to SMEs, especially if they come to us in bits. But I'm happy that we have a platform, and I'm happy that BusinessDay has been consistently doing this to gather speakers, to gather people who can speak to SMEs on how to scale their businesses, whether from the leadership or business management side or from the compliance side, as you see them talking about taxation. Yeah, so they're really doing a good work. And I feel quite sad that we don't get to see a lot of SMEs attend these events. And sometimes when they attend, maybe they sit for the session for finance or funding. After that, they run away. And
go ahead.
But it's a good event.
Okay, so what are your key takeaways?
Yeah, key takeaway, quite a lot for me is, I think I have an advice for BusinessDay too, and even everybody who organizes events like this. 2 years ago, the last panel session was for tax. This year, the last panel session will also be tax. So that is how and that's exactly what happens with SMEs. So SMEs, as they start their businesses, they do not plan to keep their records. They do not even plan for taxation. And there's a lot of tax risks that lies with SMEs. So when investors are willing to fund SMEs, when they come, they see that the penalties for them having not complied with taxation is quite a lot. It's even more than the taxes they should have paid. So you see that the same culture of keeping taxation at the rear is what you see with SMEs. So they don't talk about taxation until the tax authorities come and say, oh, you have a fine. So for me, the takeaway is that we should give tax the priority it deserves. That's one. Second thing is that I encourage everybody who have learned one or two to follow up and see how they can improve on whatever they've learned today. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Lindo Nyeso, CEO Merit Multi-Services Incorporated, parent company to Makeup Maven NYNG, Beauty by Aubrey, and Melanie Cosmetics Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, good to have you. Now, so during your panel section, you highlighted access to digital tools and documentations as one of the challenges SMEs face. So, and that brings me to digital literacy. One thing is to have these tools, another thing is to handle them. So what can we do to ensure digital literacy at the grassroots level?
For digital literacy, I would say educate yourself. Read. Social media is a basic tool. Google is an important tool. I highlighted the fact that SMEs, especially the mom and pop shops, the smaller ones, you know, you don't expect like the market woman who's selling it to have all this certification and to have all this. But I feel as you grow a business, as you develop a business, you have to get the basic certifications. You have to get the basic skill. You have to keep your paperwork. You have to keep a paper trail. And a paper trail, I believe, means you have to be able to keep records to how you pay your taxes. A lot of times you want to apply for, you know, even the funding, the basic grants and all. They're going to ask you for track records. I say to every SME or to every business owner, open something called a black book. Get a folder. Get all your basic information into, scan it into your phone so that anytime anyone asks you for it, you're able to forward it effortlessly. Your ability to be ready, and when I mean ready with all the tools and all the information that you have to progress any kind of registration, progress any kind of qualification or anything is a very big and interesting, approval status for anyone who's seeking to get anything for you. Another process I always say to anyone is people look at your credit worthiness. Your credit worthiness is one that you pay your taxes regularly. Your credit worthiness is how are you able to even supply to people who are buying from you. Your readiness to and your ability to even want to grow your business in any way all adds up to you being like and we have our mothers who were market women. So for some reason, they had a paper trail for their monies. They knew what their profit margins were. They knew what kind of ROIs and were, expecting them to people that they did business with. So it's a process that SMEs have to develop themselves, educate themselves, most importantly on.
Okay, access to funding remains a persistent issue when you talk about SMEs. So what can be done to tackle this system challenge?
As we discussed it, access to funding is relative. What are you looking for the funding for? A lot of people are not even qualified to get funding. I've had early in business funding that literally almost got me in trouble because I didn't know how to manage. So are you getting funding because you need the funding? There is an urgent need for it. Do you want to do supplies? Are you getting the funding because you need it to develop your business, to expand your business? Are you getting your funding for your own personal need? Those are two different things. So funding is relative. You have to go into your space and look at the growth of your business. And in all fairness, with the global inflation now, COVID, every business suffered. If you have a business that is still standing after COVID, that survived COVID, I want to applaud you, because that was a strategic and it was a systemic process to end a lot of businesses. But a lot of businesses are still standing now. Some had to restart. A lot of the brands that we had, a lot of the things that we were doing, we had to restart them. So you now have to come to a place where, as the world is progressing, as the world is moving at a supersonic speed, what are you trying to do? How are you trying to grow your business? And at that point, what do you need the funding for? In our case, we're thinking of 2025, a lot of expansion, a lot of made in Nigeria. How do we bring manufacturing into what we do? How do we get all the qualification, get all the NAFDAC, registrations to be able to produce some of our product since we, want to start exporting out of Nigeria? So it's relative, very relative.
Okay, let me have your key takeaways on the event today and how do you think events like this can help accelerate the growth of Nigerian SME sector?
Well, it was important to have an event like this because it's educative, it's informative. Then there's a lot of networking involved. So you're meeting people who can, and then we're talking about collaboration, partnerships. How are you going to learn about collaboration and partnership if you're not coming to events like this? How would I have met Ayo? Or how would I have met Sheila OJ today? Or how would I have met Mr. Usu if I didn't come to an event today? To know that there are literally bodies and organizations and agencies that are very interested in giving out grants, looking for funding, helping you to document and package yourself to go seek funding from across the world, globally. And it's global business we want SMEs to do going forward.
My name is Paul Chibuzo Zoho. I am the head of SME business of Z-Banks Finance Limited.
Okay, sir. Access to funding has remained a persistent challenge in the sector. So what can be done as someone in the finance space to address most of these challenges?
A lot actually needs to be done first from the financial service provider, which is those of us in the financial service sector, from the SME part also, and also lastly from the government side. So let me start from the financial service provider. For SME financial service provider like the banks and Z-Banks, today we have been able to do a lot when it comes to helping SME businesses to have access to funds. And one of the things that we've been able to do is for us to be able to design our process in a way to suit the structure of SME businesses in Nigeria today. For example, we have over 40 million SME business. Out of these 40 million SME businesses, less than 5% are formalized, meaning that over 95% of them are not formalized. And formalization of business is one of the basic requirements for you to have access to funds. And like I mentioned during my speech, it is one thing for the financial service provider to design a requirement, basic requirements that SME have to meet in order for them to be able to have access to funds. But also is another thing for them to be able to design a requirement or an eligibility criteria to suit what is currently on ground. Now, if the majority of the SME businesses are not structured, and we are setting up a structure, a requirement that require them to be structured, automatically it means that, like every other financial institution, we are only focusing on the 5% that are formalized, meaning the 95% that are not formalized can have access to funds. So why don't you come up with a process or a structure, a requirement that will adapt to the 95% that are not structured? So this is what we are currently doing in Z-Banks. We are using technology to drive financial inclusion by not just focusing on the businesses that are well formalized, but also by trying to structure our process to be able to bring in on board a lot of SME businesses that are not formalized. That is on the financial service providers part. Now, on the SME business owners, they also need to go a step further. Of course, I know change. Change is very, very difficult. A lot of people do not want to change. They are so used to the way they used to do their business. Asking them now to change from what they are used to what needs to be done in order for them to be able to have access to funding is kind of difficult. So, having on board this SME, we try to train them, to coach them on how to formalize their business. In fact, we go to the point of helping them to register their business, also helping them to, we have services that can help them to document or formalize their business transaction. You understand? So we also go to educate and enlighten them on the importance of having a business well formalized. Because the truth is that if you cannot build a system around your business, if you die or anything happens, the business automatically dies with you. Yeah. So it is not enough for you to have a business that is making profits. Maybe you are generating 1 million. But the question is, can the business outlive you? Most of the big businesses in the world today, Walmart, Lego, they are all started as a family business. But they were able to build a system around their business. And it is the system that they built around their business that made this business uplift them. So the SME business owner needs to go a step further to be able to build a system around their business so that their business can uplift them. By so doing, they will be able to have not just access to fund, they will have this assurance that, okay, even if tomorrow something happened to you, I'm no longer, in the business, I am 101% sure that this business will terminally PP. And lastly, from the government aspect, on the government aspect, the government also needs to do a lot. And that was one of the things I appreciate so much about what one of the speakers mentioned, is that the government needs to build a system, to address the current constraint that SME businesses are facing today. Unfortunately, what the government is doing, they are trying, but they still have a lot to do, so the government cannot just continue the way they have been supporting SME business and expect SME business that are contributing more than 84% to the country GDP to be able to strike. So one of the things government needs to do is that government needs to come up with a program that will address the current challenges that SME businesses are currently facing. And I'm sure that if these three things are put into consideration, SME business today will be able to strive and have easy access to funds. And the truth is that there are trillions of dollars out there looking for businesses, looking for home. People may use the word, home. And if SME businesses do not have the required structure, they will keep complaining that, it's difficult to have access to funds. The reason is because structurally, they are not even positioned, to have access to this fund. So the financial sectors have a big role to play. The SME business owners have a big role to play, and the government also have a very big role to play in order for us to be able to achieve this collective goal.
All right, so lastly, can we get your key takeaways from the event?
Okay, my key takeaway is just what I mentioned, is that every one of us here today, the SME, the financial sector, and the government, everyone have a very big role to play if we must succeed. Because there's no any economy in the world today that can do without SME. It's practically almost impossible. The truth is that we all know government has no business in business. Government needs to create an enabling environment for business owners, for SME business to be able to strive. So the best government can do is just to create an enabling environment. And that is where the private sector needs to actually come in. And for me, every one of us, the private sector, the government, the SME, everyone has a very big role. So one of the things I gain here is that we all have to play our own role. Everyone must play his own role properly. And in addition to that, everyone must understand the government, the financial service provider, which is the banks, and the SME needs to understand the pain points of each other. The government needs to understand what are the challenges the SMEs are facing. The SME needs to understand what are the challenges that the government are facing that is making the governments not to be able to provide this enabling environment. The same thing, the SME and the financial service provider needs to understand the pain point of each other so that everyone can structure their process to align with each other's pain point in order to be able to address these unique needs.
Thank you so much.
My name is Dr. Femi Egbeshola. I'm the National President, Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, known as ASBOS.
Okay, sir. The panel discussions today are centered on funding as a major constraint in this space, and you're a big player in that space. So, your own view, what can be done to address this funding challenges of this space?
Funding has been one of the major challenges of NMSME, N for nano, M for micro, S for small, M for medium. So it's been one major challenges across board for all of us. And we feel that government needs to approach it with a different model. The current model has been on for many years, and it has not been successful. Successful in the sense that 12% of MSME have been able to access funding over the years. At the same time, too, with all the many intervention fund of government, we have not seen tangible impact in the MSME ecosystem. It means that something new needs to be done. One of the things that we feel needs to be done is that government really need to collaborate with critical stakeholders in the MSME ecosystem for whatever policy they want to do, including funding policy and intervention programs. If government is able to cooperate and at the same time collaborate with critical stakeholders in the MSME sector, we will be able to co-own, co-create, co-implement, co-monitor, and co-evaluate the funding process. And that will give us a different result. Again, also is the fact that the major segment of the MSME ecosystem is the nano and the micro sector. They form about 85% of the MSME ecosystem. The funding model we have now does not go in tandem with their capacity, and the structures available now is not accessible to this particular set of nano and micro business owners. We need to begin to draw down and look at how we can rejig our financing policies to be able to accommodate these vulnerable ones and bring them on board for funding. We also need to ensure that a lot of capacity building is done for the MSMEs also, so that they will get to learn where funding are, how to access it, what they need to do, and build their capacities to be able to do it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
This morning, Nigerians were woken to a reshuffling in the NNPC board as Mele Kolokiari, the longest-serving group managing director of NNPC, was laid off by the president. To replace him, we have Bayo Ojulari, a former CEO of Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company. The chairman and other members of the board were also changed. The chairman, Mr. Pius Akinyelure, was changed. Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimin. Mele Kolokiari has ended his stint as the CEO and Group Managing Director of NNPC. A tenure which started in July 2019 has come to end in April 2025. Adidapo Shegun, the Chief Financial Officer, retained his position. However, Letum Miti, Kashim Tumsa, Gali Muhammad, Al-Mustafa Aliu, David Ogbodo, Eunice Thomas, and Nicholas Agbo, the former board members of the NNPC Limited, will now be replaced by Bello Rabiu, who is from the Northwest, Yusuf Usman from the Northeast, Babs Omotowa, the North Central Representative, Austin Avuru, David Ige, and Henry Obi from the Southeast. Lydia Shehu Jafia will maintain her role as the Ministry of Finance representative, while Aminu Said Ahmed will step in as the Ministry of Petroleum Resources representative. So before we go on the show, let's take a look at the profile of the board members of NNPC. We're starting from the new CEO/Group Managing Director, Bayo Bashir Ojulari. Bayo Bashir Ojulari is an engineer with a first degree in mechanical engineering from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He has over 34 years of experience in the oil and gas sector, with 24 of those years spent in Shell. He was the managing director of SNEPCO, which is Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company, between 2015 and 2021. Essentially, SNEPCO is the subsidiary of Shell that controls its deepwater assets in Nigeria. Under Ojulari, SNEPCO increased its production volume by 20%, with the Bonga oil fields being a significant asset for the company. Recently, we heard of the $5 billion investment into the Bonga deepwater project by SNEPCO. Ojulari is not the only Shell alumni on that new board. We have Babs Omotowa, who will serve on the board as the North Central representative. Babs Omotowa is an indigene of Kogi State. He was the former MD/CEO of Nigeria LNG, NLNG, between 2011 and 2016. He also served as the Vice President of Shell Global, basically in an oil and gas career that spanned over 26 years. Presently, he's a board member at Stanbic IBTC Holdings after serving as a board member at Seplat Energy and CAP PLC, that's Chemical and Allied Products PLC. Another oil veteran is on the board, Austin Avuru, the co-founder and former CEO of Seplat, is on the board. He is the South-South representative of is the South representative on the board. We know that Austin Avuru is from Delta State. Austin has over 40 years of experience in the oil industry. He started his oil and gas career in NNPC before moving to the private sector. In 2002, he founded Platform Petroleum, and in 2010, he founded Seplat. He led Seplat till 2020, and he had to exit that position. David Ige, who will be the Southwest representative, is another Shell alumni. He started his career as a reservoir engineer with Shell. So basically, we have 3 of these board members being alumni, being former workers with Shell. He started his career as a reservoir engineer with Shell in 1993 before moving to the UK, where he obtained his PhD and continued his work with Shell in Aberdeen, Scotland. He left Shell, came back to Nigeria, and he became a group executive director at NNPC. He was a group executive director at NNPC between 2005 and 2015. David is a graduate of mechanical engineering from the University of Lagos. He is also a gas aficionado. He is the founder and CEO of Gas Invest Limited, a company that he founded in 2016 after his role as the GED at NNPC. Then we have Henry Obi, who is the Southeast representative on the board. Henry Obi worked with ExxonMobil in Nigeria, in the UK, and in Europe for more than 20 years. Then he left as an executive director with ExxonMobil after 22 years of working with that company. Currently, he serves on the board of NLNG, and he also served as a chief operating officer with NNPC until 2019. He is a mechanical engineering graduate from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, with an MBA from the University of Bradford. Then the Northwest representative, Bello Rabiu, is presently an independent non-executive director with Seplat. He is a graduate of chemistry from the Ahmadu Bello University and another oil and gas veteran. He worked with NNPC for 28 years before retiring. Just like the others before him, he was also a group executive director in the NNPC. He was in charge of NNPC's upstream business unit. Then we have Yusuf Usman, who was also a group executive director with NNPC. He started his career also, like the others, with Shell before joining NNPC in 1993. Before retirement, he was in charge of NNPC's gas and power unit. On the show this morning, we have Diko Oladende, who is BusinessDay's senior energy analyst on the show. Good morning, Diko.
And good to be here once again. Good to be back here.
So basically, what do you make of this rejig? What do you think? Just your general assessment of everything, of the entire thing.
We all saw it coming, really. The appointment was the rejiggling of NNPC was long overdue. Many people expected it before now, and February, the first week of February, I think February 3rd, was supposed to be Mele Kyari's 60th birthday, which means he was supposed to be out of public service, but we saw the presidency being silent on that matter. So, I mean, Kyari was the longest serving group CEO of NNPC, so sooner or later he was expected to leave the scene, and I think the question was not whether he would be leaving, but who was going to be replacing him. And now we have somebody else replacing him. So I think it's a welcome development and a brilliant initiative, in my view.
Okay. So what do you make of Kyari's tenure as NNPC CEO? So the thing here is with Kyari became like a public face. It was the longest serving. People have one or two things to say. A lot happened over the 6 years or almost 6 years he was in charge. What do you make of his tenure as the CEO?
Okay, so under Kyari, I mean, we have 3 different phases. There's the good, there's the bad, and the ugly. So we'll start from the good part. The good part is, so under Kyari, NNPC they were more transparent. Yes. For the first time, we saw an audited report of NNPC's financial books, and which, I mean, was a brilliant initiative. We also saw they started releasing monthly operational reports of how much NNPC was paying to FAC on a monthly basis, which was something that was not public before. So we saw a bit of transparency under Kyari. Again, maybe a little later than never, the refinery, so much talks about rehabilitating the refinery, so much talk about them ever coming back on stream, but under him, we saw a bit of what looks like the resurgence of the refinery. But that's pretty much the good part. So let's go to the bad part. The bad part was subsidy was a big big problem under Kiari's administration. So at some point, we were paying, subsidy was little, about 500 million naira, and then it jumped to over a billion, and now we are doing trillion. At some point, we were paying trillion naira subsidy before the Tinubu administration removed everything completely. Another bad part for Kiari was Nigeria's petrol consumption was unknown. It's difficult to plan when we don't even have official data of what the actual.
So basically, transparency was in the good and in the bad.
Yes, so transparency was in the good and the bad. So in the bad, there was no official figure of what the true consumption pattern of Nigeria's and petrol was, which was a big indictment on, because NNPC, yes, they are a company, but then they are also a regulator as well. They have their role they play in terms of liaising with either the Nigerian Ministry Downstream Regulatory Commission or Nigerian Upstream Commission as well. So all of this, and then the ugly part is we saw instances where briefcase companies were giving deep offshore contracts, which shouldn't be. We saw there were little or no transparency around oil blocks, how a little or known company will end up winning oil contracts to deliver things they have little or no capacity to do, to handle. We saw corruption as well, where money changed hands in terms of handling certain things. And I mean, all of these are allegations anyway. But what we've seen is there was little or low FDI into the oil and gas sector was not
dropped
drastically, not like it used to be before. So again, there's the good part. It depends on the side of the angle you look at it. Okay. So Kiari fans will tell you, yes, NNPC became more transparent.
We can also look at it from the side of, during his tenure, PIA came in.
Yes, he can also get that credit as well, that the PIA was,
the commercialization of NNPC.
So although the PIA is more of a legislative act, not really an executive act or something that's originated from his office, but of course he played his role as well. And then of course the commercialization of, so again, depending on the side you are sitting on, you'll pick which side you want to look at Kiari from.
Okay, so now let's look at the new board. When you look at it, the profile I read, we see this man with over, when you want to calculate it cumulatively, we are looking at over 200 and almost 240 years collective experience working in the oil and gas sector. In the oil, we have the former CEO of NLNG, we have we have the former CEO of Seplat, we have the former CEO of Snepco, we have the former, and we now have former executive directors with ExxonMobil, not just in Nigeria, even in like across the world. Like, so how do you think it will fare for the NNPC's future right now? Are we looking at a company that's going to be more commercial interest driven, or are we looking at a company who is going to continue on the trend of let's just keep the boat steady in the Nigerian oil sector? What direction do you see the NNPC going now?
Okay, so in the history of Nigeria's oil and gas sector, this is the first time we are seeing square pegs in square holes. Now, you get to meet a buyer of jewelry who have experience working with Shell. Now, in time past, what we do have is the people who end up at NNPC, apart from maybe an Ibe Kachuku that was formerly ExxonMobil, the likes of Baru, the likes of Ibe Kiari, they are basically NNPC's guys. So they grew up through the ranks at NNPC. They were probably a technician there, a director there. So they would enter NNPC pretty much like a graduate training thing, and then they grew up all through the ranks. And so people have argued that, look, you need to bring outsiders. You need to bring somebody with international experience to come run NNPC. And there we have a buyer of jewelry. So if given the free hand to operate, if there are no political interference, I think the outlook is positive, because I'll give an instance. When a certain Yewande Sadiku was in charge of Nigerian investment promotion, a lot of international companies were willing to talk to Nigeria, not necessarily because they believe in the product, but they believe in the person behind the products. So you have a buyer of jewelry who wants to manage Snepco. At one point in Nigeria's oil and gas industry, Snepco was single-handedly delivering 1 million barrels to Nigeria's oil and gas sector. single-handedly. So if a man who has managed a company that was single-handedly delivering 1 million barrels, you would expect the kind of outlook you would expect for an NPC. You would expect increased production, most especially from our JVs, that a lot of people have complained that some of them were underperforming before, and we've not seen relative improvements. So you see the improved production capacity from these JVs, because sometimes majority of the things affecting our JVs are not technical things. Some of them are commercial. It's about what kind of business agreements are you entering into? Who are your JV partners? Are they people with
capital operating costs and all of this?
Yeah, exactly. So what's the operating capacity or the antecedent of your partners in these JVs? And then there's so much talks about idle oil fields. Nigeria's close to 40-50% of Nigeria's oil field idle, not producing anything, stuck at, probably because commercial negotiations did not move beyond the boardroom to the operating rooms and all of that. So with these fresh guys who are coming in, and then the chairman of the board is Musa Kida. Musa Kida worked many years at Total Energies as well. Total Energy is probably one of the biggest IOCs in terms of global operations as well. Yes. So, I mean, among all the IOCs, Total Energy, so when you look at tech, they're introducing a lot of technologies into their operations, in their global operations. So you'd expect that kind of transition would also move into Nigeria's oil and gas. So I think the outlook is positive, again, if given the free hand to do whatever. And then there's an Austin Avuru on the board as well. Austin Avuru, Seplat, you can't talk about Seplat's story and not talk about Austin Avuru.
Impossible.
Perfect understanding of the local scene. He knows how to operate. He has a perfect understanding of onshore assets, all of which can be quite troublesome for the international guys because they don't have an understanding of the local market. But Austin Avuru is that guy that will put in that understanding. So again, the outlook is impressive. A lot of contentious issues for them, and again, the time will tell how they would perform going forward.
So one question I have is, what are the specific issues you think that Nigerians or people who are watching the oil and gas space will be looking out? What are those pointed issues?
Oh, okay.
Pointing issues that
from the top of I can list 7 top of my head. So there is the AKK pipeline.
Okay.
Now the AKK pipeline also have been commissioned first quarter 2025. Mele Kyari missed that deadline after he himself announced
I don't think they're up to 50% done on that.
Exactly. So the AKK pipeline is there. That project is a big deal in terms of achieving this decade of gas dream we've talked about for so long. There is the Naira for crude deal as well with Dangote as well. That's a very topical issue that Ojulari would have to decide what amount of crude would NNPC needs to supply the refinery. There's also the issue about attracting FDI into the oil and gas sector. In 2014, at some point, Nigeria the oil and gas alone was attracting close to about $20 billion
Wow.
alone. So now we barely can even attract $1 million.
So recently, I've been seeing that I think it was Total that wants to invest $30 billion in Mozambique or so.
Yeah, Total is also taking $6 billion to Angola as well.
Imagine.
So you are looking at investments. That's the third one. You are looking at the issue of boosting idle oil fields, raising oil production. So one of the targets Tinubu has given them as well is to scale up oil production to at least 2.5 to, the goal is to get to 4, but let's steady 2.5. So you have to improve production to 2.5. Then there is also a contentious issue of what to do with the refinery. A lot of people have argued that the government have no business running the refinery, that those refineries should have been sold. And Kyari was insisting that those refineries should be back on stream. That's also a very contentious issue. Will you sell those refineries or would you keep them on? Another major issue is this NNPC obsession with searching for crude in the north. Under Buhari's administration, the government pumped in billions of dollars looking for oil in the north. And we don't
right
have...
now we have an OPL that I don't think will ever become an OMF.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get commercial quantity there. So that's... all those talks would this Ojulari would have to sit down and prioritize. So what do I have limited dollars. Will I go on a wild goose chase, or will I put my money where my mouth
For
is?
someone like Ojulari, who is more of a deep water person, I can imagine looking for oil in the desert. It's going to be
so again, which is why I said this is a round, a square peg
in a
square hole. So you have oil and gas experts who understands what it means to the economics of drilling for oil. These are people with international background who have worked with. So you have diversity as well. You have a Total there, you have a Shell there, you have ExxonMobil there, you have a former CEO of NLNG there as well. So all of these people bring their skills and their technical capability together to deliver value.
So lastly, before the talks of NNPC going public, how do you see it faring under these guys?
So again, when you go public, the thing about going public is you are not the biggest fish in the water. Yes. You have other companies as well. There's Aramco, there's Petrogas, so when you are going public, China, what are you offering to investors? Are you offering them value for money? Beyond, again, time I've moved beyond, I have this in my reserve. People don't care about your reserve anymore. They care about what you can do. Can you deliver? If they are bringing their investments in, can they get it out?
So
they talk about
what you raise now is something that has been on my, because when I heard that NNPCs are at the last stage of an IPO, first thing that came to head is we literally have like, I don't know, hundreds or tens of what do we call them now, depots across the country, thousands of kilometers of petroleum product pipelines that don't work. We have oil fields not producing. We have NNPC retail that's probably posting losses.
So again, David, this is beyond before. What NNPC tell investors is, look, I have 36 million barrels in my reserve. The world have moved beyond reserve. Investors are looking at value for money. Investors are looking at your total assets. Yes. What percentage of your total assets can you bring to the table is delivering? Are you operating? Can 90% of your total asset deliver? If they can't, then... And then ease of doing business. We've talked about corruption in Nigeria's oil and gas. So sometime around last year, BusinessDay did a story where we looked at operating. So if you are bringing your money in Nigerian oil and gas sector, you are interacting with at least 20 regulators. In Namibia, you are basically doing business with just 2. In Angola, you are dealing with 2, max 3. In other countries, you are dealing with just 1 or 2. In Nigeria, you are dealing with all sorts of departments, all sorts of people. So you need to look at ease of doing business in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, make the sector conducive for investment to thrive, and then get it up and running as fast as possible.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Dipo Oladeng, the senior energy analyst at BusinessDay. To our viewers, thank you for watching Economy and Markets on BusinessDay TV. We'll see you again on Friday. Have a lovely week. Have a lovely day.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport. Not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. You understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. It's, oh, can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that and everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200. But today, it's a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports, and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that they create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, soldier goes, soldier comes. There's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports, now actually the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors. Okay, and none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so, intentionality. That's, what we really need to do, intentionality. If we want, grassroots sports to actually, grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually, take, sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. So that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, we, should actually increase, in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this, this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to, so I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of government to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But there's always room for improvement, and I can tell for a fact that under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sport Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sports. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, I mean, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, we have others who are in the pipeline too, who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP. It's good to protect your image rights. When you protect your image rights, then it puts you in a better pedestal. You then find out that you're able to even make more money for yourself. This is an area where most sportsmen have not updated their minds to. And given the advent of data privacy in Nigeria today, it's one area that individual sportsmen should begin to look at and invest in a lot. So IP rights, IP protection, it's key, and it's a new way to go going forward. Well, the truth of the matter is that you can't really prevent contract breaches. What you can do is that you can actually have a robust contract that adequately protects your interests. And so my one advice is really for sportsmen and women to always carry, as you know that you need an agent, always carry a lawyer along and let that lawyer, review your contracts and make sure that those contracts adequately protect you. The things that you would not see as a layman it's most likely that your lawyer will see those things and then let you know that X and Y clause should not be inserted in your contracts. But you find that most time, because you don't want to pay a lawyer, you go it yourself. And it's when the chips are down, you then come running to a lawyer for protection. So government has no business in sports. The government's business is in creating infrastructure. So build stadia, create infrastructure, create opportunities, but don't be the ones managing or running sports. So all the clubs that the governments are running today, I think it's not proper, it's not nice. But it should allow pure professionals, pure businessmen, to come into the business space to make money from sports. Government should just create an enabling environment where all of these businessmen can thrive.
Sports is driven by media, storytelling. So what we are doing differently is that we are creating a distinct platform to sell the Nigerian sports, the Nigerian athletes to the world. So we are creating this platform to make sure that the small player in Ajegule, the small player in Jos can get the same visibility that any European player will get on the existing social media platform. And that's what Govia is here to achieve.
Okay.
On Govia, you can score your dream goal. So Govia means go through. So we have built Govia to help people score their dream goals.
All right.
I'm excited about this event because I'm able to meet key stakeholders that would help me achieve this dream. It's a burning desire in my heart, and it's one of the reasons why Govia came up as a sponsor for this. And we're happy that we did this with Business Day. We thank Business Day for this platform, and we look forward to more opportunities to talk more about the sports ecosystem and business opportunities.
All right.
Thank you
so much, sir.
Coming here today, just meeting like minds for me, that's my biggest takeaway personally. But also being able to hear the issues we're all facing, like us being sports professionals, we all face the same issues. So being able to tackle it in one space, I think was really helpful. And also stumbling blocks for me, I've been facing in my day to day, just being able to meet people who could help solve it. That's my biggest takeaway from today's conference.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's sports more than just holding it. I feel it's the follow-up that matters. It's one thing to host this type of events, but it's another thing to be proactive about the solutions we talked about. But yeah, sure, hosting this type of events is going to help. Just meeting like minds under one roof. Yeah, sure.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2000.
You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics, a segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show where we explore events shaping both national and international politics. I'm in Yobongi work. Today, we'll be focusing on the failed 250 million World Bank Third National Urban Sector Reform Project. According to a new report by the Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, CAPA, the project was meant to provide access to potable water to communities in some states across Nigeria, but failed to achieve its goal. The report showed that most of the World Bank loan for water supply in 4 states in Nigeria, including Ekiti, Rivers, and Bauchi, are looted, while there are few water supplied on the ground. On the show today, to give us more insight about this report, we are asking questions on reason for the failed project, what the project means for Nigerians, and where the money went to. To provide in-depth information on the topic, we are being joined by Sefa Ikpa. He's the Program Officer, Water Campaign at CAPA. He'll be giving us insight into this report. Good afternoon and welcome to the program, Sefa Ikpa.
Good afternoon, Ini. Thank you for having me.
Yes, good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Let me start. What necessitated this research that gave birth to the report?
It's what necessitated this report is actually the scale of the World Bank interventions in the water sector. As you know, the project which we evaluated in Big Debt, Big Thirst is the third national urban water sector reform program. Yes. And this is just the third iteration of the same project. The first one held in Enugu, Ogun, and another state. It was worth 250 million. The second iteration was hosted in Lagos and Cross River states, and it was worth 200 million. And the third, hosted in Ekiti, Bauchi, and River states and other Nigerian states, worth 250 million.
Yes.
So the scale of these interventions alone is enough for any right-thinking person to even ask questions. And then when you put the scale of these investments and loans and other interventions, even by the EU, by AFDB, by other financial institutions, and you look at the reality of the state of water access in every state in Nigeria, it's enough to ask questions. So what is happening with these loans? Is a problem from the way it is being administered, or from the loans that have been granted, or is it in the management of the loans? And so, yeah, to answer you directly, that was what led CAPA to start asking these questions around what is happening, why are states taking massive loans and water is not flowing from taps.
We saw your report that was presented to the public last Friday in your office. But who carried out this research, and what were the modalities that was used?
Okay, this report was carried out by Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, CAPA. Our mandate as CAPA.
Yeah, who are involved?
CAPA.
Yes. I mean the people that were used and the professionals that were involved in the research.
Professionals that were involved
in the research. Modalities. What modalities were used in carrying out this research in the 3 states?
Okay, so to answer that, I will start with some of the research questions that we asked, which primarily were putting side by side the investment and the reality of water access. Yeah. And to ascertain that, we spoke to some key players in the government, ministries that were involved in managing the loan, and then we went to the streets. The areas that were mentioned in the World Bank documents that were found on the World Bank website, the areas that were supposed to be impacted by this loan, we went there, we spoke to traditional heads, we spoke to women in the markets, we spoke to people on the street, just asking and to find out the state of water access. On the government's part, we spoke to a lot of the people that were involved. The loan ended in 2020, but we spoke to a lot of the focal persons that were used by the state governments to manage these loans. One of the conditions for the loans by the World Bank, was that there had to be a PIU, a project implementation unit domiciled within the Ministry of Water, and we spoke to the focal heads for this loan to ascertain how the loan was given, how the loan was managed, just to make sure that we were getting some information and data that was solid.
Okay, so you were on ground in these 3 states. Your team went on ground and went there directly to meet people. What is the situation on ground in terms of water supply, despite this huge loan?
Okay, so I'm going to start with River States.
I think if you can give us the first tranche of the loan. When did the state government take this? I mean, the first loan, the first tranche of the loan. When did it come?
Do you mean the first leg of the National Urban Water?
Yes. When did the program kicked off?
Oh, okay. For the third leg of the Urban Water Sector Reform Program, it kicked off in 2014. Okay. And it was supposed to end in 2019, but it ended in 2020. So now all the loans have been rounded up in all the 3 states.
Was the water supposed to be? Water supply supposed to be across all local government in the 3 states?
Yes. So actually, from the name, you can tell that this loan is actually supposed to affect just water in the urban areas for the 3 states. In River State, it was supposed to be in Port Harcourt and Obiakpo. In Bauchi State, it's supposed to be in Bauchi Metropolis. In Ekiti State, it's supposed to be within Ado, Iworoshogo, and some other places. But the impact, the scale of impact, is not supposed to cover rural areas, just urban areas in all three states. And I want to answer your question about the state of water access. And I'm going to start with River State. In River State, one of our very important findings was that the World Bank had withdrawn from the loans in the state after disbursing about 30 million. And that was because River State could not keep up with the timeline, and there was another concurrent loan being run by the AFDB, Africa Development Bank.
Yes.
And that loan was supposed to be run side by side with the World Bank loan. That loan was worth $200 million. But the timelines for the two loans did not sync, so the World Bank had to withdraw. In Ekiti State, our finding was that at the time of our findings, water was not running anywhere in the state. In Bauchi State, our findings were a little better. There were areas where water was running, but it was not on a regular basis. Water was running at least once in a week, but it was for short periods of time and on a rotational basis.
That's in Bauchi State. I mean,
yes.
How many local government did your team visit?
In Bauchi State, we covered the whole of Bauchi Metropolis.
Okay.
Yes, that was the area of impact supposed to be covered by the loan.
And what you said? What was the source of what is the source of water supply in those places? Where do people get their water from?
Okay, so in Bauchi State, a lot of the respondents said that they got their water from streams, and rivers which pass through. And because of the terrain there, streams and rivers are actually quite a common thing in Bauchi State. There were also reports of wells, then in some other places, and especially in areas like the GRA, where people could afford, to dig their own borehole or to pay for a private tank, that was used by people who are richer to supplement their water. But for areas where they were not very well to do, they used streams or other sources of water. In Ekiti State, predominantly, almost everyone had their borehole or had dug a well in their compound. So it was that in the absence of public water, people have become their own messiahs by themselves, digging water by themselves, treating their water by themselves. Yeah.
What about River State? Knowing how that terrain is an oil-producing state, and we hear of spillage all the time. We know if you dig so far in the ground, you may probably be seeing something like water may not be
contaminated.
Yeah,
water.
Not
Yes,
something that people want to use. What is the situation in River State?
So even in River State, actually, I shared the same sentiment with you before we went to the field. But the surprising thing we found in River State is that almost everyone had a borehole as well. And for those who do not have boreholes, there are people who are making a steady profit of selling water. So if you're able to dig, and you're right, because getting the surface water has been contaminated by the activities of corporations. Getting water there is a bit more difficult than getting water in other parts of the country. So what is happening in River State, if you do not have a borehole of your own, which of course you are going to treat with an enormous amount of money, in other parts of the country, you can dig a borehole and just fetch the water and drink. In River State, when you dig a borehole, you have to spend another, you need to have a separate budget to treat the water, which of course, if you do not have, there are people who do this and then sell the water to you. So we had water sale points in River State, so many of them.
So more like a double burden, what you have in River State.
Of course, yes.
So this
this is despite apart from the 80 million naira loan being withdrawn now by the World Bank, the AFDB has invested an additional $200 million loan that is currently running in River State.
And there is nothing, no project on ground to show this investment by the World Bank and the AFB in River State.
Yes, so I cannot speak about the AFDB, but the World Bank project was withdrawn, so we did not see any reason to continue to interrogate on that note.
The World
But
Bank project was withdrawn because they could not meet up. You said the World Bank was not impressed with the way the money was being used by the state government.
No.
Or the timeline
Okay,
of
so
the
let
execution of the
me
project.
let me explain what happened in River State. There were two loans, one by the AFDB, one by the World Bank. The areas of impact for the World Bank loan were mostly around the distribution of water. The loan was supposed to facilitate infrastructural development around the network of pipe distribution and some of the infrastructure that is involved in the distribution of water.
Yes.
That of the AFDB was around the source of water and the treatment of water. Now, you cannot distribute what has no source yet, you know. So the World Bank was running faster than the AFDB loan, which means even if the World Bank loan had gone to completion, there wouldn't have been anything to distribute. It was just a mismatch of the two financial institutions. So I don't want to say anything about the management of the AFDB loan, but this was the reason that was given officially by the World Bank and some of the people that we spoke to on ground. That's what I mean when I say that the timeline did not quite.
Tell us more about the situation in Ekiti State.
Okay, in Ekiti State got $50 million dollars under the World Bank project, Third Urban Water Sector Reform Program. There were also other interventions I wouldn't like to go in, like the EU, another World Bank, this thing called SOWASH. But our findings in Ekiti State revealed that at the time of the study, there was nobody that was receiving water from anywhere. People had to rely on their privately dug borehole or their wells or whatever other source of water they could come up with by themselves. Residents were made to actually, what we did, one of the key things that we found out in Ekiti State was, yes, we went to Ero Dam, we went to Ureje Dam. We did confirm that there was infrastructural improvement in these two major dams,
yes,
as a result of the injection of the World Bank loan. However, despite this purchase, this water is still not running because power is a big problem. In the meantime, while the state is trying to sort out their, yes, the dams are not powered at all. We did find out that for water to run, the dam had to have 24 hours uninterrupted water, and that has not been able to be achieved. And in the meantime, the pipes that have, the areas that have been piped are being destroyed and vandalized. The prepaid meters, because the Ekiti State government intended to run like the way NEPA does, they are prepaid. So it's pay as you use the kind of situation. That did not work. The meters have been vandalized because they are not working. The pipes underground have been vandalized because they are not working. Those that have not been vandalized, according to the engineers that we spoke to,
yes,
at the time that the state is finally able to, make use of that of this infrastructure, they may have been rust or other kinds of damage, which means they will have to pull out those pipes again and relay them. So that was the situation in Ekiti State.
In this steady state, for example, let's say for Ekiti, what are the residents saying? Did your team speak with the residents?
Yes.
Knowing the enormous the amount that was taken by the state government.
Yes.
From the World
One
Bank?
of the things that we wanted to know when we spoke to the people on the street is, first of all, was there any form of consultation with you before the state government?
Are they even aware of this loan?
This loan. Marginally, I would say yes. A few people were aware, but also a significant portion just knew that, oh, we saw them laying pipes. We don't know where the money came from. We don't know if this was a loan or a grant. We don't know if this was a subvention from the federal government. We don't know if this was an allocation from the state government. Or we saw them, laying pipes. Only few people knew that that work was being done as a result of a loan from the World Bank. And the interesting thing is people just wanted to get water, and there was a growing, a very strong sense of discontentment as we begin to as we began to speak with them, and it came to that this was a loan, and people were discontented. So why on earth are we paying back on a loan for a facility that for a service that we are not enjoying? This was the widespread feeling that we got from the people. For the people who knew that this was a loan, the reaction was unanimous. The World Bank project has failed, and it looks like the government has taken a loan that does not work. And it's really unfair that we and our children have to repay back this loan in a couple of years, and we have not enjoyed this service at all.
We noticed that in several states, not even these 3 states, across the country, a lot of state government are moving effort to privatize public water supply. Did you notice this in this state?
Yes. In fact, that's one of the troubling trends that we have started to notice at CAPA. If you can recall, in 2020, the National Water Resources Bill was shut down at the federal level, and because that bill was not able to pass, we are seeing an increasing trend. We are seeing the same thing in Kaduna. Apart from these 3 states, we're seeing the same thing in Lagos State. We're seeing the same thing, like you said, in several states that are trying to privatize
the state public water corporation.
Yes, one of the things that we really hope that Big Debt, Big Thirst will do is to be able to inform state governments that privatization of water does not work. The World Bank will tell you that your state-run water board is not working, that you need to change it to a corporation, so that the private sector can invest, and this, it will just improve water access. And one of the things that we hope to do at CAPA is to document the failures in Ekiti, Rivers, and Bauchi states, so we can point there and say, look, these things have not worked in these 3 states. The only thing that privatization does is it just hikes up the price, because once a business person comes in, they don't care about the public good of water. They just care about profits. Like we saw in River State, where people have capitalized on the issue of no water and no surface water to sell water at very exorbitant rates. That is what happens when you leave the provision of water to private players. They are able to dictate the price of it, and they leave the forces of demand and supply. And it's really unfair, because water is such a basic thing. You cannot go a day without using.
Yes, I remember growing up in Lagos. Then public water was everywhere. You could see water. You could fetch. Yes. I mean, just beside your house. But nowadays the tap all are dried up. Because you don't know what's happening. But let's go back to the report now. Did your team speak with any of the state government, meet any of the state government to ask them, this is what we have discovered? What was their reaction, or did your team make effort to meet?
Yes, we contacted in all the states. We contacted the state water corporations and spoke to them. We spoke to different ministries in the state, just to buttress and solidify our findings, apart from the reports that the World Bank gave on their websites and some of the World Bank documents that are publicly available. I'm not sure if you're asking if we have returned these findings to the state. If that's what you are asking.
No, I mean doing the findings when you are in this state. Did you make effort to reach the state government to say this is what we noticed? Or even this is what we noticed? Or even the state water corporation board to see things for yourself? What did you discover? Or what did you hear from the government?
Yes, so in all 3 states, we were able to speak to the state water corporations, and our questions were along the line of the management of the loan, because these bodies were the ones that were mandated by the state to manage and implement the loan, and we wanted to know issues around the disbursement of the loan, the management of the loan, the coverage of the loan, and presently what is the state of water access now, and how do you compare it with what it was before the injection of the loan. So yes, we spoke extensively. In fact, a lot of our findings are based on our conversations with the state water corporations in Ekiti, Bauchi, and Rivers states. We had extensive conversations with them.
Did the state government deny that this money was looted? This money was used for this project? Did they say anything like that?
Ini, I don't think that we are saying that the money was looted. CAPA is a very people-focused body, so our questions largely centered on is water running. There may be questions around the management of, whether some of the money was used for what it was said it will be used for. And as a Nigerian, I want to believe that yes, there may have been issues of corruption, there may have been issues of appropriation, but the focus of our report at CAPA is, as a citizen, when you open your tap, do you find water running, or do you have to spend an exorbitant amount of money to dig a borehole for yourself, treat your water, buy your drinking water, or even pay taxes? We have seen states where you even have to pay taxes on the borehole or the well that you have to dig for yourself. So what is the responsibility of the government? So that was the main focus of our report.
This report is out now. Is the World Bank, is CAPA going to probably get in touch with the World Bank to send the report to them for further? This will probably influence the World Bank further cooperation with state government in Nigeria on water project, or future relations with state government in across the country as it relates to water project.
No. And I'll tell you why. One of our recommendations at CAPA is that the World Bank needs to hands off Nigeria's water sector. Whatever investments they are making in the sector have not materialized into any form of progress for the water sector. It's only giving us more problems. So our engagement is going to focus more on the Nigerian government, and it is in line with our recommendations that the management of water should remain within the purview of the government. The World Bank should not.
Are you saying the World Bank is not sincere in this loan?
Yes. And I'm going to give you an illustration. I told you that this loan to Rivers, Ekiti, and Bauchi states.
Yes.
Is the third iteration of the loan. The first iteration was to Enugu, Ogun State, and I think Kano. I'm not sure the third state. It was worth 250 million, and the World Bank on its own, the World Bank's independent evaluation group rated that project as moderately unsatisfactory, which meant that the outcomes of that project did not meet with the objectives. It didn't match. It just did not meet up.
Yes.
Despite that outcome, in the following year, 2005, the World Bank still disbursed an additional 200 million to Lagos and Cross River states. And these are loans. These are not grants. And this is a country that is, well, I'm sorry to say, but we're poor. Already we are grappling with debt. And if the World Bank says that it is a development bank, and you have repeatedly injected funds, and by your own evaluation, you say this
project we are
not working well.
Yes,
it's not working well. So why do you keep
on sunken millions?
Exactly. So that's why we say that the World Bank is not being very sincere in these loans that it's given to the Nigerian government and terming as development loans. It's not developing us in any way. Rather, it's making life hard for us, and it is putting state government in debt.
And generation unborn will be able to pay this loan.
Yes.
Finally, where do we go from here after this report? Where do we go from here? Over 70% of households in the country, or especially in rural areas, do not have access to water, or clean water. Some of them still drink through the stream. I mean, ponds. What is the way forward? Where do we go from here?
The way forward
We see so many states. We see so many states in the country privatizing water. Lagos, for example, is making effort towards that. The water corporation here is moribund. They're not working. We don't see public water tap are dry. Where do we go from here?
The first thing that
a lot of Nigerians now depend on pure
needs
water.
to do.
Pure water is even
Yes.
600 per bag or so now. What is the way forward?
Yes, the first thing that
Finally,
Nigerian
our time is
government
up,
needs to do is to invest more money in the public water sector. One of the recommendations or one of the fallouts of the World Bank is that once the World Bank injects some of these loans, which have this kind of conditions that make life more difficult for us, the state government feels like, there's no longer any need for us to put more money in the water sector. Like if you look at the budgets for Ekiti Rivers and Bauchi State, the allocation to water is less than 1%. It's
1%,
too small.
1% of the,
Yes.
of the budget.
Yes, it is too small for a sector as important as water. So the first thing that the Nigerian government needs to do in departing away from loans that cripple the government and the people is to make sure that the government is allocating a significant amount of money. These things are not new. In the 1980s, water was running, and it was not because of the loan.
Even the 90s.
It was because, it was because the government was investing in water. There are several examples. There are several, instances where we have seen where if the government is investing in water, water will run. There's nothing like state-run water board is not working well. That is not true.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sifa Ikpa, the
you.
Program Officer, Water Campaign for Kappa, for your insight on that report. Thank you very much for joining us on the program today.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's Inside Politics for this week. My name is Inyo Bongiwok. Join us next week, same time, for another interesting topic.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues, through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.